Paramount Plus is available on YouTube. Press play on something new.
How well do you think you know the Bible? Most of us know the famous miracles, iconic symbols, and memorable characters. But what if I told you there were secrets hidden within that we often skim over? Secrets that unlock significant meaning that the majority of readers in the 21st century will miss out on. In this video, we'll explore some famous stories with hidden twists, as well as some stories you probably didn't know were in the Bible. It's a long one today, but I promise you won't regret investing this time in learning the secrets of God's incredible word. If you're blessed by this video, we do heaps of this kind of stuff on this channel, so please consider subscribing. And if you want to support us more directly, consider joining the Patreon, where new behind-the-scenes content is on its way. Starting with one of nature's most beautiful signs, the rainbow. Rainbows are mysterious things, said to hold secrets. Some even believe there to be leprechauns or pots of gold at the base of them. But there's a story in the Bible that adds a whole new meaning to the rainbow and might even make you cry the next time you see one. It's a story you all know, but there's a deeper meaning here that you probably missed. I found this while listening to a podcast series called 40 Minutes in the Old Testament. I'll link them in the description. They're breaking down the Old Testament bit by bit, and when they got to the story of Noah's Ark, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. After the floodwaters recede and the ark lands, Noah takes some clean animals and sacrifices them to God. In turn, God makes a covenant with Noah and all the creatures of the earth. I will establish my covenant with you. Never again will all life be destroyed by the waters of a flood. But God doesn't stop there. He wants to give Noah and all creation something to remember this promise by. A sign for all people. I have set my rainbow in the clouds, and it will be the sign of the covenant between me and the earth. Whenever the rainbow appears in the clouds, I will see it and remember the everlasting covenant between God and all living creatures of every kind on the earth. Sounds lovely, right? Well, it turns out we were completely wrong. Turns out the word rainbow isn't actually a Hebrew word at all. When looking at the original text, the word simply translates to bow. So what is this bow God's talking about? The word is used many times to describe a weapon of war, and sometimes even represents the entire military strength of a nation. The rainbow verse after the flood could actually be translated as follows: I have set my bow in the clouds, and it shall be a sign. This already gives us a deeper meaning that God has retired the weapon of war. No more will he be using the bow of wrath against his creation. It represents peace between God and man. The war is over and life abounds. But wait, because this is where things get incredible. If the rainbow represents a bow and arrow used to shoot arrows of wrath, the bow of God is now in the sky, drawn tight. But which way is it facing? God's arrow of wrath was pointed at the earth, but is now pointed into the sky at himself. The peace between God and man had to come at a cost, and that cost was Jesus. Jesus took the arrows of God's wrath on the cross so that our covenant of peace with him could be everlasting, just as he said it would. Before I test your Bible knowledge, I need to tell you about private internet access, today's sponsor. You've heard of the internet, right? Bible. For the Israelites, but for the future generations to come in God's small on death, so that Moses, it's 3% off and 4 months for free. It's pretty simple to see Moses as this brilliant, near flawless man of God. Here's a guy who spoke to God face to face. But what if I were to tell you that Moses made a mistake so significant that God punished him with death sooner than Moses had hoped? An infraction that seems so small on the surface, but actually reveals Moses' profound lack of faith in God's plan, not just for the Israelites, but for the future generations to come thousands of years later. Let's set the scene. Moses is in the desert with the Israelites, having led them out of Egypt. They've just crossed the Red Sea and they've had the added bonus of seeing their Egyptian persecutors swept away behind them. They've had bitter water purified so it's drinkable. They've had manna and quail rain down from heaven, and after all that, they decide to complain again. It gets so bad that they want to stone Moses for dragging them out of Egypt. So Moses calls out for help and God says to strike a rock with his staff. Miraculously, drinking water comes pouring out. Sometime later, a similar situation happens in the wilderness of Zin. This time Moses strikes the rock and water comes out again. This seems like a consistent formula, but the second time God gets angry at Moses. In fact, he's so angry that Moses pays with his life, keeping him from experiencing the promised land. The first time God told Moses to strike the rock, but this time he told him to speak to it. Moses hits the rock in rage and is immediately rebuked by God. At face value, this seems unfair. But there's more to the story than meets the eye. There's something important to notice before the events. God tells Moses to gather the people and the elders to see this miracle take place. Not only that, but in the second instance, Moses, no doubt frustrated with the rebellious Israelites, almost taunts them, asking them if he and Aaron should bring water out of the rock for them. Moses had been instructed by God to raise his staff over the Red Sea, to put it in the Nile to turn it into blood, and to throw it on the ground and watch it turn into a snake, and to finally strike the rock and water would come out. The staff had been a central part of the miracles God had worked through Moses. Perhaps this is partly why, along with his temper, Moses found it hard to follow through with his command. But there is a passage in the New Testament which gives us some essential insight into understanding this story. Remember how Jesus spoke in parables? I am the vine, I am the gate, I am the bread of life, etc. And did you know that Jesus was described as the rock? And not just any rock, but the rock from which living water flows. Jesus said, "Let anyone who is thirsty come to me and drink, and that whoever believes in him will have a living water flow from them." But that's only part of the answer. Because Paul says something absolutely profound in 1 Corinthians. Paul takes Jesus right to our Exodus story, saying that Jesus was the rock in the wilderness, and that the Israelites drank from him. Now I'm going to explain to you a final piece of information that will transform the lives of anyone who hears it. So I hope you're paying attention. Jesus often spoke in parables and symbolic language, which can be rather annoying to some people. But it's an attribute God has. Jesus said,
First Peter 3:15 says, "In your hearts honor Christ the Lord as holy, always being prepared to make a defense to anyone who asks you for a reason for the hope that is in you, yet do it with gentleness and respect." Every Christian is called to be prepared to make a defense for what we believe. And the word that's used here, translated into English as defense, is the Greek word apologia. And this is where we get our English word apologetics. Apologetics just means giving a reason for what you believe. And when it comes to the realm of Christian apologetics, this can span a lot of different different disciplines like science, logic, philosophy, and history. Christian apologetics basically has two goals. Number one, to provide reasons why Christianity is true, and number two, to communicate those reasons to the world. Now, this can seem overwhelming if you've never studied apologetics before. There can be all kinds of different questions people have, skeptical claims brought against Christianity. Today, we're going to talk through 5 basic apologetics questions that I think every Christian should be prepared to answer. Now, this can seem overwhelming when we see the broad spectrum of skeptical claims that's brought against Christianity or the many questions brought about by honest seekers. So my goal today is certainly not to give an extensive answer to each one of these questions, but maybe to give the start of an answer, maybe show you a couple of ways to think about each of these questions, and then I'm going to give you resources at the end of each question so that you can learn more if it's a question that interests you. So number one, have the New Testament documents been corrupted? Well, obviously, when the New Testament was being written, we didn't have a printing press, so each manuscript had to be copied by hand. And when the original document documents no longer exist, scholars use a science called textual criticism to reconstruct the wording of ancient texts. When they have a lot of manuscripts and early manuscripts, they can do this with a great deal of accuracy. The New Testament documents have more manuscripts and earlier manuscripts to support their accuracy than any work of ancient classical literature. In fact, support their accuracy than any work of ancient and earlier manuscripts to support documents have more manuscripts and earlier manuscripts to support their accuracy than any work of ancient classical literature. In fact, most scholars agree that the New Testament has been copied with an unprecedented high level of accuracy. There's really just a very small percentage of variations between the manuscripts that affect the meaning of the text. And among those, there isn't one that calls into question any cardinal Christian doctrine. If you want to learn more about textual criticism and the transmission of the New Testament documents, I highly recommend a book called Myths and Mistakes in New Testament Textual Criticism by Peter Gurry and Elijah Hickson. You can also take an online course on textual criticism by one of the top textual critics in the world, Dr. Daniel Wallace, who's professor of New Testament studies at DTS. I'll link to that below. Question number 2. Is there any evidence that the resurrection of Jesus actually happened? So, esteemed historian and New Testament scholar Gary Habermas collected over 1,400 of the most critical scholarly works written between 1975 and 2003 about the resurrection of Jesus. These works ranged from the ultra liberal to the far right conservative, and he discovered that virtually every scholar agreed on several points surrounding the resurrection of Jesus. Here are 4 of them. Number 1, that Jesus died by Roman crucifixion. Number 2, that Jesus' disciples believed he rose from the dead and appeared to them and were willing to suffer and die for these beliefs. Number 3, that the church persecutor Paul suddenly became a Christian after having an experience that he believed was the risen Jesus. Number 4, the brother of Jesus and famously skeptical James was suddenly converted after he believed he had seen the risen Jesus. Habermas also noted that somewhere around 75% of scholars also agree that Jesus' tomb was found empty. The best explanation of these minimal facts is that Jesus was, in fact, resurrected from the dead. If you want to learn more about the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus, I recommend 3 about the resurrection of Jesus. These works ranged from the ultra-liberal to the far-right conservative, and he discovered that virtually every scholar agreed on several points surrounding the resurrection of Jesus. Here are 4 of them. Number 1, that Jesus died by Roman crucifixion. Number 2, that Jesus' disciples believed he rose from the dead and appeared to them and were willing to suffer and die for these beliefs. Number 3, that the church persecutor Paul suddenly became a Christian after having an experience that he believed was the risen Jesus. Number 4, the brother of Jesus and famously skeptical James was suddenly converted after he believed he had seen the risen Jesus. Habermas also noted that somewhere around 75% of scholars also agree that Jesus' tomb was found empty. The best explanation of these minimal facts is that Jesus was, in fact, resurrected from the dead. If you want to learn more about the evidence for the resurrection of Jesus, I recommend a book called The Case for the Resurrection of Jesus by Michael Licona and Gary Habermas. If you want to go a little deeper, you can pick up N.T. Wright's The Resurrection of the Son of God. This brings us to question number 3. Has science disproved God? Scientists study the material world, and by definition, God is not material. In fact, the statement, God does not exist, is not actually a statement of science. It's a philosophical statement. It can't be proven in a lab. So in order for scientists to assert that God does not exist, They have to filter their evidence through the philosophical lens of materialism, which excludes the possibility of anything outside the material realm. Frank Turek offers this illustration in his book, Stealing from God, which excludes the possibility of anything outside the material realm. Of materialism, which assert that God does not exist, they have to filter their evidence through the philosophical lens of materialism, which excludes the possibility of anything outside a book called Has Science Buried God by John Lennox. You can also check out reasons.org and discovery.org. Question number 4. Does the Bible condone slavery? When Americans hear the word slave, we think of the abuse and forced labor of African Americans in the antebellum south. But when we look to the Old Testament system that God instituted, the Hebrew word ebed, which is often translated as slave, in English, did not carry the same negative connotation it does in our modern context. So in ancient Israel, this type of servanthood was a system in which a destitute person could voluntarily work to pay off a debt. Although it wasn't a perfect system, they were given food and shelter, legal rights, and protection from physical mistreatment. After 7 years, they were released from their debt and servitude and given a generous gift of flocks and wine and grain. In some cases, the Israelites kept servants from surrounding nations as a result of war, but they were commanded to treat them humanely, and those servants were also protected from mistreatment under biblical law. In fact, human trafficking was so this claim tends to make the rounds on social media from time to time, but the answer is really quite simple. There are 10 non-Christian sources that mention Jesus as an actual person within 150 years.
Lord, please just strengthen my connection with you. Don't let me worry about other people. Just let me worry about you and spreading the gospel.
Years of his life. He's mentioned by Josephus, Tacitus, Pliny the Younger, Plegon, Thallus, Suetonius, Lucian, Celsus, Marabar Serapion, and the Jewish Talmud. Now, this does not include the abundance of Christian historical witnesses who wrote about him, including the eyewitnesses. If you want to learn more about this question, I'm going to link below. From 85 to 90% of the Roman population were slaves, and to make the round quite simple. There are 10 non-Christian sources that mention Jesus as an actual person within 150 years of his life. He's mentioned by Josephus, Tacitus, Pliny the Younger, Plegon, Thallus, Suetonius, Tacitus, Pliny the Younger, Plegon, Thallus, Eusebius, Suetonius, Lucian, Celsus, Marabar. Serapion, and the Jewish Talmud. Now, this does not include the abundance of Christian historical witnesses who wrote about him, including the eyewitnesses. If you want to learn more about this question, I'm going to link below an interview with Dr. Gary Habermas called Undeniable Historical Evidence for the Existence of Jesus. I'm also going to link to an interview
When Jesus says, I am the way, the truth, and the life, no one comes to the Father except through me. He's making a truth claim. He's either wrong or he's right. And the reason that I'm convinced he's right is because he lived a sinless life, he taught amazing teachings, he bled and died on a cross forgiving and loving his enemies, and he rose from the dead. The dude's in touch with reality, just in case you haven't noticed. And that is why trusting in him is so wise. Because he has a grip on reality that's phenomenal. He's totally credible and reliable in his teachings, ethical teachings, lifestyle, death, and resurrection. You can trust him, and you can grow in that trust more and more each day. Pretty impressive worship, wasn't it? My goodness. 5 questions this morning. First one. If God's so powerful and so loving, why is there so much suffering? Why is there so much evil and destruction?
Why is there so much evil if God loves us so much, Chad? Let me break this down before he breaks it down, because he's going to break it down way better than I am. And I'm just doing this for my own personal agenda, me breaking it down. But the reason I would say that why there's so much evil in the world is there's so much evil. Why is there so much evil if God loves us? Okay, you know what I'm saying? God loved us so much, in fact, that he let us make our own decisions, that he let us believe in him if we wanted to believe in him, and he let us, not believe in him if we didn't want to. Okay? With that being said, you might think, well, if God loved us so much, he wouldn't even let us become evil, he wouldn't let us do this, he wouldn't let us do that. And on the contradiction to that, you know what I'm saying? we already can make the assumption that if there was no love in the world, if there was no this in the world, that it would be a bad place. We can all make the assumption that if there was no love in the world, nobody loved each other. If there was no like presence of love in the world, that the world would be dead. It would be a sad place. There would not be a lot of things worth doing in the world. So with that being said, like, what is evil? You know what I'm saying? Is it the lack of good, or is it its own thing? You know what I'm saying? Same thing with good. Is it a lack of evil, or is it its own thing? We could use this with darkness. Scientifically, darkness is not darkness. It is the absence of light. Scientifically, it is the absence of light. It is not its own thing. Darkness is not its own thing. It's its absence of light. Same thing with cold. Absence of heat. Cold is not its own thing. It's an absence of. Okay? With that being said, evil is not its own thing, guys. Evil is not its own thing. I don't care how many people are gonna say evil is its own thing. Nigga, if evil, how do people, bro, people don't become evil. A baby isn't evil. There isn't evil people. Absence of love. That's exactly what evil is. So for you to be like, oh, why is the world so evil? It's because we're not in heaven, guys. It's because we live in the flesh. I don't know how to break this down to y'all, bro. But evil does not exist inherently. Inherently, evil does not exist. It's the absenceness of good. It's the absenceness of happy. That's the result of it. The absence of God in your life is sin, is hell, is suffering. When you add God into your life, you don't suffer. As far as like spiritually, you might suffer. Like, I might not be able to pay my bills. I might go to church every single Sunday. I might still not be able to pay my bills. But spiritually, you are happy, and that's what really matters. I don't know how he's gonna break this down. I mean, people being evil itself is just proof. Like, you have some people that are just so willing and giving to people, and you got some people like completely the opposite. But like I said, you are taught how to be evil by default. If you're not taught anything, you are happy. Like, let's talk about that. If you're not taught to hate nobody, you don't hate people. If you're not taught to hate, you don't hate people. You don't have to be taught to like people. Let's talk about that. You don't have to be taught to like people, but you are taught to hate people. You are taught to discriminate against people. You know what I'm saying? You are taught that way. We can take people like autistic people, for example. You know what I'm saying? These are some of the very few people that don't have as far as spiritually, they're all there, but as far as flesh, they're not all there. They're not all the way there in the flesh. That's why you can see, bro, dead ass. Autistic people are not all the way there in the flesh. This is why there's a lot of like the categories of autistic people make said autistic people very nice, very, very happy, and very uplifting. Besides, autism at, things like Asperger's, you know what I'm saying? it's different, you know. Damn, I'm swole. What the fuck? Why do I kind of look like a freakazoid? That's kind of weird. Anyways. But,
What's God's problem? Is he asleep on the switch or something? Second question. Doesn't science contradict faith? Doesn't faith mean you commit intellectual suicide and you blindly believe? Third question. You believe that Jesus really rose from the dead? When was the last time you saw some dead person get up and walk around? Fourth question. You believe Jesus is really the only way to God? Isn't that narrow-minded, bigoted, intolerant? Fifth question. The Bible's 2,000 years old. What gives you any degree of certainty that we really have what those eyewitnesses wrote 2,000 years ago? Those are the 5 questions we're going to go over. First one. If God is so loving and so powerful, then why do you suffer so much? Why do innocent people get raked over the coals? What's going on? Doesn't God care? Or is he simply too weak?
why does God take
To do anything about it? Now, one of the reasons that I think if you don't have a home church, you should make Fellowship Church your home church, is because of what Pastor Ed and his precious wife Lisa went through in losing their precious daughter in 2021. I mean, you're a pastor. That's not supposed to happen to you and your wife. Well, sorry. All of us suffer. It's part of reality. And when Pastor Ed and Lisa wrote that book about Pathway Through Pain, I got to look at it a bit last night. The vulnerability, the honesty is incredible. So why? Why does God allow people to get destroyed by circumstances, by other people? Is God disinterested? First part of the answer is, I do not know. I don't know why God allowed evil and suffering. For thousands of years, philosophers and theologians far more intelligent than me have struggled with that issue, and they've never come up with an ultimate answer. And the Bible does not answer that question ultimately. So I do not know. And I can promise you in 1997, when I went out to Madison, Wisconsin, where my brother, younger brother, was a transplant surgeon, transplanting kidneys and livers, I went out there because his 7-year-old daughter had just been crushed in a car accident to death. And if you think that I'm going to go out, meet my brother, who's far more intelligent than I'll ever be, and explain to him why God allowed his 7-year-old daughter to be crushed by a pickup truck coming down the road at 55 miles an hour, why the babysitter didn't see the stop sign, ran the stop sign, and that pickup truck slammed to the side of the car, sending my 7-year-old niece to an early grave, I'm not going to do that, because I'd be lying. I do not know why God allowed evil and suffering. Yeah, but come on, Cliff, you got to think. Well, yeah, we do have to think. You're right. And one of my thoughts on is the issue is this, which I think is very biblical. God chose to limit his power by creating us with a free will. Which means I can either pull out my wallet and give you money to eat lunch, or I can roll this hand into a fist, send it crashing into your handsome face. I am free to do either. And what the Bible teaches is in Genesis chapter 1,
Anakin Ross, thank you for the follow. How are you? I'm doing well, Hannah. How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Thank you for stopping by. Hopefully you like your stay. Thank you for the follow. You're a Twitch viewer. I appreciate you. God bless, Hannah.
when God created us in his image, which means we are not robots, we're not machines. And I like to walk, so if I stumble and fall off of this stage, I'm not going to pick myself up at the bottom and say, phew, I'm glad that's over with. That's determinism. That's fatalism. God creates us in his image, which means we're not robots. We're not machines. We're human beings created with a soul, a personality.
Well, I'm glad you're doing well.
But it also means we got a free will. And if we want to abuse our free will, we can go right ahead and do it. But there will be a day of judgment when God promises to hold us responsible for the free decisions that we have made. And that's why
Do you
Joshua stands
also
before
play
the people of Israel.
play games? I do play games. Do you play any games? What games do you play on my stream? I do play games on my stream. I play all types of stuff. Yeah. What games do you play? But not as much. As much as you used to? What type of games do you play? I play like Pokemon. I play like Minecraft. I play racing games like Assetto Corsa. I'm really a Call of Duty player. I've been playing a lot of Call of Duty. I play Minecraft, Fortnite, and GTA sometimes. I've been playing GTA or Fortnite. Yeah. What's your favorite character in Pokemon? Like what's my favorite Pokemon or what's my favorite like actual like person character? Oh, your favorite Pokemon is Charizard? Lame ass answer. Normal ass answer. Name 10 Pokemon. Shorty couldn't do it. Let's talk about that. Anyways, I'm not gonna continue to play you, but my favorite Pokemon, deadass, probably Gliscor, and then my favorite character from the Pokemon like series is probably what's that bitch's name? I forgot her name from Black and White 2. Let's go. Fuck, I forgot that bitch. Okay, let's go N. N from Pokemon Black and White 2. And Black and White. No problem. Here, let's look up the characters I was looking at. Champion. And Alder. No, I'm not. No, I'm not fucking Alder. Iris. This is definitely one of my favorite characters. Iris. Did you play storyline games like and other like? I did play God of War and I did play Elden Ring. On stream, I think. I think I played Elden Ring on stream. I beat God of War fully on stream though. Iris is definitely one of my favorites. Irisu-chan. Arisu-chan. And then my other one, what's your all-time favorite game? All-time favorite game? This is my all-time favorite game ever. Holy shit. God damn. I wonder if that's like sealed and if it's real. Why do I feel like that shit's not real? Pokemon Black 2. Pokemon Black 2 is my favorite game of all time. Holy shit. I pray that I can get a full collection of these games someday. Pokemon Black and White 2. Pokemon Black and White 2 in the fucking case, in the fucking plastic, what I would give. What did you play? What did you play on PC? Brother, PC? These are DS games. This is my OG 3DS. Cause I never had a 3DS XL. I had the OG 3DS when it first came out. But I played on the DS Lite. Let's look up my DS Lite. DS Lite. This is the DS that I played on. This is the exact DS. This exact one right here. I paid $105. No. My dad paid $105. How old? Like 14, 15 years ago. When I was 7. Here, let's see. $105 16 years ago. Nigga. Wait. Let me actually make sure. DS Lite retail. $130. Boy, my dad was balling. Yo, me thinking about this shit 16 years ago. Damn, bro. Honestly, I love my son, bro. I love my son, and I would have did this. I would have did this shit 20 million times over. For actually, no. This is definitely when I got it. This is definitely June 2011. I did not get that shit on drop, bro. Or maybe I did. 2006? No, I did not get that shit in 2006. But I did not get that. I got that shit a little bit sooner. Like 2008. 2008 or 9, I got that shit. I remember, bro. My homie, Kyle, that gay ass nigga. That nigga's gay as... Anyways. Fucking my homeboy Kyle, he got the DS Lite. The same exact red one as me, right? And he got GTA Chinatown. My first game I ever got. My first game. Hey, you got Discord by chance? I'd love to make new friends on there. Yes, you can have my Discord for sure. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, where's my bad, give me a sec.
WoW stands for World of Warcraft.
I don't even have a fucking tab open to it. My bad. Could I add you? Sure, I could add you, bro. I could add you. Wait, 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 wait. Oh, never mind.
And says, if serving the Lord seems undesirable to you, then choose for yourselves this day whom you will serve. But as for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. So Genesis 1 says,
And let me know when
God
you're
created this, and God saw that it
done.
was good. And God created that,
I'm
and God
done.
saw that it was good. And you got to get the point, guys.
What do you mean when I'm
When
done?
an author repeats and repeats and repeats a little phrase,
When I'm done
obviously
streaming?
he's trying to get the point across. When God created, he did a good job. And that little phrase, God saw that it was good, is repeated and repeated and repeated in Genesis 1. But in Genesis chapter 3, we read how human beings rebelled against God. They didn't eat an apple. They ate some fruit. But that is symbolic of their rebellion against God. It's symbolic of sin. And why do I sin? I sin because I think I'm smarter than God, and I know it'll make me happier. So I'm going to do it my way instead of God's ways. Not because I'm trying to be evil. I'm not trying to be evil. I'm trying to be happy. My problem is I think I know how to make Cliff happier than God knows. And that's basically what Adam and Eve did.
Don was a
We know
typing
what'll make
mistake.
us happy.
And let me know when you
We will define
do,
good
when
and
I do
evil.
what.
We will assume godhood. And when they made that decision, that's where the train got off the track. That's where the arrow missed the mark, and things got ugly fast. Because when God steps back, chaos fills the gap. Now, what's one of the main points of the book of Job? One of the main points of the book of Job in the Old Testament is, life is unfair, God is fair. Don't get
I'm not good in typing. When I'm done doing what?
Life is unfair. God is fair. Do not get the two mixed up. So when you suffer, if you clench your fist and wave it at God, that's misplaced anger. Misplaced anger. It's not God who's getting you. Rather, it's you're born into a cursed, unfair, messed up world. Life hurts. And to blame God is a cop-out. The same way if I hold back, slap you in the face, and then turn to you and say, God made me do it. That is a cop-out. I'm lying through my teeth to you. He gave me a free will. I am responsible.
Lord Jesus Christ in heaven, please make me a better person. Please make me a better future dad. Please let all of the hate, all of the curses, all of the sorrow and sadness, all of the unhappiness surrounding my name, surrounding my family's name, please let it all disappear, Lord. I pray that you give me the power to live through this heartache. I pray that you make me a better person. I pray for Hannah in chat. I pray that she finds you, that she wants a relationship with you, Lord. I pray that you touch her heart like you touched mine. And I just want to give all the glory to you, Lord. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
For feeding you, or I am responsible.
You look like a good person.
Hello fellow engineers and welcome back to City Skylines.
Do I look like a
In
good person?
previous video we created a British city in this game, which resulted in a city quite different to what people normally build in this game. There were car parks everywhere, lots and lots of roads, and of course
Do I
lots
look like
of
a good
bridges,
person?
which I can get behind. And when it came to simulating the city, everyone was really happy, and
Thank you,
traffic
Hannah.
was basically non-existent.
Anakin?
There was a tornado, apparently.
Anakin
This day, I
Skywalker?
thought we'd head to the other
Wait.
side of the pond and recreate
You
an
fucking Star
American
Wars?
city.
Anakin? I didn't even notice that. Anakin.
And I think this will really help those building realistic cities. Like
Yeah,
the
why
Patreon
not?
exclusive series. Check out over 20 episodes of me playing City Skylines 2 properly at the link below. So first off, we go to a new game. We gotta pick a map for this. Now,
I didn't even
something
notice
I
that.
didn't
Anakin.
think, there's literally a San Francisco map, so perhaps that would be a good place to start. So let's call this San Francisco. And then the theme should definitely be North American. We don't want left-hand driving for this. No, we are on the other side of the pond. We're trying to be realistic. But we're going to unlock all. We're going to have unlimited money.
Oh, that's a relief.
And then as before, we're going to hit pause. Then we're going to build the city. Then we're going to press play and simulate everything. So to start with, I guess we should probably go look at what the real San Francisco looks like. See if this is actually like a recreation or if it's just like an artistic impression. So let's zoom out of Bath. That's where we were last time.
It's my
Lovely
old
United
gamer tag
Kingdom.
name.
Let's head across the pond to
Did you
Miracle.
add me, by the way? I did add you on Discord.
And then we gotta go find San Francisco, which is up here. So let's zoom in, and then oh, it's actually looking quite similar, I think. So yeah, if we look at this like real life image like that.
Damn, San Francisco is fucking
They actually
packed.
made the same place. It is actually San Francisco. Oh, that's where Alcatraz is. I never knew that. Right, so this is what we've got then. So I don't want to build like a massive area of this. I just want to build like a small sort of chunk. So I guess we should probably look at the actual map. I mean, is that real? Why is that bridge like not as famous as like this is
Oh,
arguably
thanks
the
again.
most famous bridge in the world, right?
No problem.
Golden Gate. But like that one looks longer and better. Oh, it is pretty similar. I mean, there's not as many towers as in the game. Right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to do some research about this bridge, then give it the attention it deserves in this week's newsletter. Make sure you're signed up if you're not already, by the way. Loads of good stuff delivered straight to your inbox every week. There's a link in my description. Right, so anyway, what chunk of this are we going to build? We've got some really tall buildings in here. It would be nice to try and include those, but I also want to get some like low density residential in, and I imagine they're not going to be that close to each other, just like the same in like any city. Oh my god, what is that? What is that? They rebuilt the pyramids? No, it's just a park. I mean, San Francisco, yeah, it is I was going to say, it is the city with like all the trams and like steep hills, isn't it? So I'm not sure the game is gonna like rebuilding this one. Not gonna lie.
I'll talk to you later on Discord. Right now I'm not at my home. That's why I asked you to add me on Discord.
So the road the Golden
Okay.
Gate Bridge goes on goes like through the town or city, I guess, and then it's got like a right-hand turn. What? You can't have that on a motorway. I guess it's not a motorway, is it? It's just like a main road. See, that's something you just don't get in the UK. Like motorways don't just suddenly go from like highways, I should say, as we're over this side. They don't just go to a crossroads. Like they've spent so much time and money here, like trying to make this like fast, so you don't ever have to slow down. And then they're just like, oh, actually, you have to stop completely because we can't be bothered to build any more bridges. Yeah. So also going back to the City Skylines 2 version.
And I'm really
like,
enjoyed
they haven't
talking to
actually got
you.
that, like right-hand turn, like through the.
Thanks.
city.
I enjoyed
Road
talking to you
doesn't
too,
really
Hannah.
Exist in real life. I mean, it does like up to like that point, say. So yeah, this map probably is just an artist's impression. I doubt like it's all like the same topography or anything. Man, it is a lumpy city though. It really is a lumpy city. All right, I think the bit I'm most fascinated in is this park that we saw earlier. So let's try and build like around there somewhere. I'm just building a massive grid. That's all I'm doing. I mean, could potentially try like a thinner strip. Yeah, let's try like that sort of layout. So this road here, we want to delete that. So that is now deleted. We pretty much just got to try and get all these roads in. But it's 3 lanes in each direction, but bus lanes down the middle. So do we have anything like that? We got a 6-lane divided road. That's 3 in each direction. There's no bus lanes though. Oh no, look, bus lanes are in the bus tab. Can be added to existing roads with the replace tool. Oh, okay. Okay. So if we get the 6-lane divided road that we need, so this needs to go. This is going to go just straight up through our city. So that's the real one. We just got to get the bus lanes down the middle. So the question is, bus lane. We do replace road. Oh, they go on the outside. Go in the middle. Is there a way I can get them to go in the middle? I don't think there is. We might have to have like an inverted real life one. No, okay. We've got the bus lanes. They're just in the wrong place. I mean, to me, it makes more sense to have your bus lanes on the outside because that's where you want your bus shelters. You want them to go on like the edge, don't you? How does that work in the real life? So yeah, looks like you've got to cross the road just to get to the bus stop so you can use the bus. Yeah, I prefer like my way of doing it. This seems a bit bizarre in my opinion. From this point, I think I will just quickly, we'll just connect that up with these roads and over there, just so we do get the through traffic we need Right, but then from this point, it's just a case of trying to get all these grids in. Now, this should be quite simple because we have a grid tool. Oh, are they not two-way roads? Is there a one-way system going on? Hang on, so here we got stop, stop. On this side, oh, this side there's only, oh no, this is going to be a nightmare. Oh, it's not even at all. This one has 3 lanes going down it. Are they all one way? I think they are mostly one way. Okay, well, I guess we draw the grid and then we come back and put like the right amount of lanes in and directions and stuff. I mean, the good thing is even these parks, like they're just like 2 grid spaces big. So I think about there is probably a good size for this grid. Oh, the trouble we have, look, where I've gridded down here, it's actually replaced the middle road. So we're going to have to come back and like replace that. Okay, so yeah, probably worth doing the entire grid first and then coming back and doing like all my roads. So give me a second. I'll just make this an American city quick. Right, I say quick. It turns out the grid tool's pretty useless. So we're doing this all manually now. Although no, that doesn't work either because it's trying to make bridges between all the grids. So we literally have to go to every single road. So right, this is what we're aiming for. You see we're sort of there. I might start trying to get some of the more interesting features in, and then I can probably expand this. It's probably going to be way bigger than we've got now. So yeah, if we zoom in down here, we just want to do like the grids properly. So I can see here we've got 4 grids, then a parky thing, then we've just got 2, then we've got a hospital, and that's got no road. Yeah, no road down the middle. So in here, we'll go across 2. And this one here wants to be like a park. So we delete all that. And then the one next to it there is a hospital. So then I need more grids this way to get to that cool park. I'm just trying to get to the cool park. That's all I want to do. Right, so I've just done that all manually. Man, who thought grids would be so annoying to build? Anyway, let's wang our hospital in there. So that's hospital. I mean, it's quite small, actually. I could probably get 2 hospitals back to back. It is like a mega hospital in real life. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. Look, only the bottom half is hospital. There's like a little mini hospital in the middle. And then they're actually like flats. Now, the trouble is, I don't think a hospital will fit that way. I mean, it could if I just jiggle the roads a little bit, or if I turn my lovely little blue bird down there into a heavy metal bird. Is definitely not a phase because it allows me to build buildings on top of roads, but yeah, because then we can just plonk that there.
Yeah.
And then yes, the car park sort of goes through the road, but I won't tell if you won't.
No, he's got a point.
Right, so that's bottom bit of hospital. We've then got car park there and like hospital-y bit in the middle. There's sort of a little stub road down there actually. So stub road down there, and that allows me to build a medical clinic like there-ish. And then over here I can do a car park, so that's that in. And then these around here, I feel like they're medium density row houses probably because they look quite thin. Yes, there's definitely like thin sort of houses. I mean, they're massive buildings. And how big are they if we go to the side? Yeah, I reckon row housing. That means the cool park is up there. So 1, 2, and then up 1. So that'll be this square here. So if I just delete those roads, this is where the unique park is going. So it looks like that. It's got some tennis courts in there, and then you can see how the levels work. So I think we'll go into landscaping tab. Also, I'm spending way too much time on this park. I need to build a city. What are you doing that? I'll just put that around the edge. Then we go a little bit higher, and we just step in slightly. I mean, that probably needs to go a bit higher again, actually. Yeah, like that. And we go higher again. All right, then we just plop our paths around the edge. And we just have a path going over to that back corner. And then just stairs up that way. And there. Then we just need our tennis courts in. Now, annoyingly, these require roads. So these won't actually work up here as such. But I reckon that will look pretty familiar to anyone watching this. If you're from the area, I reckon that's fine. Anyway, next up, I probably need to do the other park. I also need to find some, like, I need to work out where the shops are in real life, where the housing is in real life. I can see there's bus stops nearly every one way, but going the opposite direction. No one has electricity or water, and there's nowhere for anyone to poo. How did I forget the basics? Right, as this is America, we're just going to do water. Hello fellow engineers and welcome to Fish Hunters, a game where we start out by doing what I love to do in games and grabbing a rod. So we'll grab the beginner's bargain here. And now I've only been fishing once when I was like really young, like probably like 13 or something. Apparently it's changed since I last did so because as well as a rod, I also need an AK-47. So let's start fishing. So we'll launch that down at that. Was that really awesome? That went like nowhere. All right, we've got a bite so we can pull. And you can see there's a bar down the bottom. I think when it gets to the orange bit, we've got to swipe. Yeah, swipe right. And then we swipe again. It tells us what direction. So that one was left. And then the final one. Oh my goodness, my rod is so bent. Right, and then, oh my goodness, fish. Shoot them. I'm definitely not American. I'm so bad at shooting. Are you sure this is how we fish? Oh, there's another one there. I'm shooting them in the water. Wouldn't it make more sense just to shoot them in the water than fling them up in the air? Anyway, we can see what fish we caught. A bronze bass. Didn't have any holes in it, which isn't expected. A golden carp as well. So it looks like there's 55 different fish in this location, and we are going to shoot them all. So back to the fishing rod. Let's try and throw it a bit further. Or is this just as far as I can throw with this rod? Yeah, that was only good this time. I don't know why it changed. Oh, look at my rod bend. It's so wiggly. All right, we got this. Pull it that way. Pull it this way. Up. And then the final one. Pull it up again. And then boosh. 10 quid for that. Who's paying me for this? All right, I'm actually out of bullets. I got to reload. You can see we do have ammo, so 60 there. I can go over to this dude and buy some more, which is always good. So, oh. Sorry, mate. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. I think he's fine. I think he's fine. But yeah, I can buy more ammo. I can also buy more bait as well. So let's do that and that.
Have you lost weight? Chat, do I look slimmer?
Did you
Dumbass.
coach yet today?
Every day, mate. That's on the daily basis I do that, so it's important between vitality. What do you think our success
I'm
comes
lacking
from?
context. What?
Exactly.
That's from there.
Shiro, that's a James.
moment, Paravision start to take
Don't 1 HP. Why is he 1 HP? Back with the double! Back with the triple!
It's a new year. Do you have any resolutions?
Always same.
Always the same.
Always same. For 7 years, I think it's same. Everything, all settings, never changing.
And what is it?
It's 1280960.
That's so fun. That's such a gamer reply. Oh my God. I legit didn't get it. No, I legit didn't get it. I meant like your New Year's resolutions. Gamer moment.
Oh, we're not cutting that one?
No.
Okay, that's good.
Close peek
Unlucky.
always makes you nervous.
Perfect. Team Flash with the Pussy Fight 7! Meatsy, whip that shit out one more time. Pussy Pattern 5-7 on Meatsy. I think it's the original one with the G-spot at the bottom. Meatsy! My dream is to see you shake it in 4K. Yo, can we ban this freak?
M4 retrieve.
Nice, good double
and
peek.
They're gonna finish that little off of
Can
Swain,
Jame figure
but
this out?
They lost track of Jame. He gets onto the short side of the bomb site.
Jame?
Here's
Oh
both
my
players
God.
running around
Holy
trying
positioning.
to find the
What the
solution.
fuck?
This is so Jame.
What?
And as he goes over top,
What is he
Dom's
doing?
hands are busy.
Oh my God.
Perfection. Now
Does he have time?
The defuse, surely.
Yeah.
Shiro tries to get back.
No way.
Isn't that just classic?
Yeah, just
How can you be this calm?
James, that is so well done.
That's
Again,
a major winner right there.
Moments of brilliance in the micro here.
Jame won major, bro. Nico none. That's crazy. Scheiße, Donk ist 5-5.
Timing. Oh, nasty.
That is disgusting.
It's just like that.
Assist with the side of it.
no.
Belchenok's going to try to keep
I'd
the
be
round alive with a
pissed.
challenge into the apartments.
Oh my.
And that's just a quad kill queued up for Zontix. On for the ace as Jame approaches off of the catwalk.
Ace Zontix. 2 ace at the first half. Bro's like,
alongside
I love your hair. Sending hate from Canada. Love emoji.
Back in Budapest, Yellow was the guy that turned heads first.
That makes no
for
fucking
Paravision
sense.
in those opening stages.
Look at this piece of shit. Committed to it. Sending hate from Canada. Then now today, love your hair. Sending hate from Canada. Are you taking the piss? Fend. Oh, hell no. Yo, hey, that's not my customer, bro.
But he knows exactly how far back he can go, that he'll have to peek again.
Mr. Bumana, watch your mouth, bro. Watch your mouth. Else I'm not selling no more.
And just like that,
he knew the trade was coming out. He knew it
Yo,
was
this
gonna be a little
crosshair, bro.
delayed.
This fucking troll. Chat, if you didn't know, if you join the server for a tournament or any game,
look at the reward that earned spirit as well, right? Right back into the
you
pistols.
can only
Paravision.
spectate as a teammate and as an observer the crosshair that the person joined the server with. So my geeks can join the server with a fucked up crosshair and then change it immediately. That's
towards the A site.
He's a top tier troll, top tier. He knows all the tricks. Fallen 1v2.
Jungle control and Fallen. I mean, two players that they can just isolate. They don't really have to show
Lost
themselves.
because of yellow? Yo, chill on my guy yellow, bro.
So all should be good. You hear Belchanok running around in the palace.
Okay.
Fallen's got a kit
Might as
here.
well, actually.
Incendiary jumps
Zubao.
on top of this.
No, it's only found it faster. LOL,
No
just
way
gets
to
up.
wait from him. Wins this.
Fallen's gonna grab it, right?
Oh my.
0.4 seconds. He does it again.
No way he ran from that.
Belchanok just gave up as if there wasn't any time, but Fallen around the world.
Sure,
shows us once
the
more
time,
that
bro.
this guy's
They just had to wait one more second for their
Yo,
CT
this
smoke, and then
observer, bro.
maybe that would have been different. But
Bro's just farming the
flash
chicken. Look, I'm getting
tactic is
hungry, bro, when he
beautiful.
show like, bro,
Caserado's
like,
2K is
come on.
excellent. Sorry, Kinder's 2K
Mm-hmm.
on Arch.
I thought it was Caserato too. It's usually him right
Come
there
on,
playing
man.
off the flashes, but
Nico, 3 kills deep in this pistol
Why are you
round.
yelling? Wait, no way, no way.
Let's see how far he's
Am I
able to
louder
take
than with the
this.
old one?
Whittled
Oh no.
down on these peaks out from default, but there's the ace for
Scheiße,
Nico.
replay it,
That's
please.
his second in
I didn't
the
see it.
series.
Pistol Ace is crazy.
It's the onset, I'm telling you, Nico, bro. He's himself as well now. Nah. With the WhatsApp keyboard, that's my driller. Vitality finding the easy bomb side. Only kicks in the Nucleons defending this. Nucleon still at 0 kills, bro. I'm not gonna lie. First kill for Nucleons, massive. Double kill. Quadra kill from 0-4 to 4-4.
Forward, the pressure
That's how we play, baby.
Standing rises to the occasion. CT side thus far.
Munizi, come on. You've been so consistent with the... Oh, baby! Doesn't go for the touch trader.
Gorgeous.
What?
That's the first two cross, only to line
Guys,
up.
I'm telling you one thing right now.
Clean
If
tap for the
Munizi ever
third.
fucking goes together in forces with Donk, it's GG, bro.
Vision on the edge of this smoke. They can't quite find
Oh,
him
hell
right
no.
now, and he's
Nice,
causing
Nico.
so much
Nico masterclass
chaos.
needed.
Pulling
Feels like a
attention
highlight
away
between
from
Nico and
CT.
Munizi. I'm not gonna lie.
Nico's
2v2.
kills deep,
15
and he's
seconds
just
running low.
wrestled back a third.
Bomb.
He's got Monacy
In a weird
here
position.
alongside him, but with the orb dropped out, it's got to be the
Nico has to do it all.
ace clutch.
This is a Nico
There's
ace
so
clutch if he
little
wins.
time
7 seconds goes. Oh my god, double kill. Ace clutch, Nico.
And what a round
With 6 seconds on the fucking clock. If he only killed one, the other guy would have hidden and it would have been a GG probably. The double spray down, insta.
Come on now.
Low HP Belchanok. Whoa, 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 whoa. Jame 1v3, 15 HP. He just wants to Jame time and get out of this.
30 seconds and they know he's here. He
Whoa, whoa,
announced
whoa,
it with a
whoa,
quick
Zubao,
flick
Zubao.
onto Nico.
No way he's going in.
Consider it. Right when you
What
think
is
he's
this?
safe, he sneaks out.
It's like he's got one hack. Knows exactly where they are. This guy's using EXP.
In a one-on-one, and he's got a nade for that smoke as well.
The smallest
A
chance to
1v3
win
with
this, but can
15
he figure
HP.
it out?
Single bullet in his magazine.
That bomb, but right now reading it
If
wrong.
you
Jay
miss,
moves into the site. He could be
you lose.
anywhere.
One
Could
chance,
Jay
one
possibly
opportunity.
read this right?
Oh my god!
Come on, James.
How did he get away with that? Did he DDoS him mid fucking scope? Say 6, 7, 10 times for 60? Yo, nah, bro. I'm not that type of guy, bro. I'm not gonna be your clown. 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7,
This
6,
might be one of Messi's worst grand
7!
finals ever.
6. Come on, guys.
We haven't had a map of six. We haven't had a 2K.
You know what I'm
Being
saying?
dead ass, though. Don't scam me, bro, please.
Yeah, more now. Yeah.
Come on, don't say scam, I got scammed.
Team on his back. On the CT side, looks to find the entry again. Flying shot. James just fires off.
I'm winning more money today than
He
Falcons
hasn't
is.
been overplaying that
Thank you, bro.
move he does.
Hearts in
Nico's
chat
pick,
for
he does
Celestial.
that with a rifle. He can take out
For the
offers.
gifted subs
he's
above
held
the
his
number of
cards close,
50.
but he
Not
went
gonna
for
say
it.
it anymore.
How
Damn.
can you have 4 players
I feel like a
in
hoe,
this
bro.
side
Like,
after
what?
that entry kill?
I just did that. Oh, hell no.
Front of the pack.
This could still be over any second now. Such a nice night there! Oh my god!
What the fuck is this team? Wait, what team is this? What team is this? What team is this? What team is this? This is Legacy, and what team is Simple on? What team is this, bro? What team is that? I haven't watched CS in so long, bro. I haven't watched CS since my keyboard has been broken, bro. Electronic Simple. I heard about this Electronic Simple team, bro. And then that. But why are they losing to these doofuses in Legacy?
Signature wiggle as well.
Oh my god, baby.
Another
I'm
opening.
bricked up on everything. That smoke misses. I know my smokes.
Second top door
He
smoke.
fucked up the...
Taz, anything you want to say about Neo and FaZe before we jump to the server?
I don't know. Good luck, bro. Have fun.
All right, let's do it. Shake hands if you want to.
Come
It's
on,
BC Game,
boys.
take on FaZe.
Come on. Why do they have to eliminate
Always
each other,
a
bro?
sportsman are Taz.
FaZe
and
versus his
Neo
friends.
touched upon it though, yeah.
What is this lineup? I don't know. Is this Brokey? We have Kerrigan. Whoever the fuck this nigga is. You have fucking Jackson. What's this nigga's name? FaZe. They just added him. I forgot. Fuck. Oh, there's Twists. I wasn't even paying attention. Okay, so Twists, Brokey, Kerrigan. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, this is a filler.
Okay,
I don't know who the fuck this is. This is a clown.
mean the
It's a clown. It's a clown. That's not a real person.
Lose up dice.
Let's talk
Who am
about
I
that.
supporting? I will be cheering for Zasha, bro. Why? Because I want Zasha still in 5 years from now
Jacob.
playing at these
That's
events,
that
alright?
name.
And then again, you never know. He can always just say, okay, I'm done with this trying to win with PC game. Boom, back to Dota 2, chill maxing all day. You never know, bro.
Yeah, Theo. Like, who the fuck is Theo? FaZe Theo? That's not a real FaZe member.
I haven't seen a smile on Zasha yet.
But yeah, still need more time.
You think this is over then, Dupree? You think this is the last time you see BC Game here in Krakow?
Unfortunately, yes.
Well,
Shut
let's see
up!
exactly how it is
Sorry,
going
Dupree,
to
you
be
are
going
the
down.
goat.
3 maps
You
potentially.
are the goat.
Thus to new
But
and
calm
ancient
down,
if
bro.
you do so require. It's
Watch
BC Game
greatness.
versus FaZe with Harry and Hugo.
Sasha, you got this.
Looking a
Zasha
little
on the
nervous
P250.
on this map just the other day.
There's only so many games.
Just
you
is.
can start
Oh, that is the
fast before
P250.
you have
Observer, good
enough.
boy. Stay on Zasha.
That looks like the P2000 in his fucking.
Cuffing Baby versus Cuffing Baby? Was?
Three
Atomic
Max
Bomb
made it an
versus Atomic Bomb.
impossibility. Can FaZe
Nice,
just get
Zasha!
the
What the
job
peak?
done? It's simple to make first
Finn
blood.
didn't even register.
Up on the
Zasha with the
short side,
double!
full kill, dodges that reflash.
Bro.
Great entries
Bomb
from
towards A.
Simple
Only
in
one
his
defender
pistol.
there. It's only
What does
Twister.
he have for us? It's only
Twister, last time his PC was broken. What about today? Sasha dies. Twister double! Twister only double. 3v2 main advantage for BC game. Mutiris, massive. 1v3 for Frozen. Frozen gets that's a massive attempt. You almost hit that.
And so now for Frozen,
get the bomb down,
boxed in as they've got long.
Frozen,
they've got
no
the
kid.
side player up on short as well. What's he supposed to do here?
It's the 3 Portuguese in a clutch.
Gonna go looking, and they've actually given him a surprising amount of room. Long swing comes in.
Nice!
Spot crazy. Able to keep him contained. So that
We
double
don't
from
celebrate yet.
Simple, not in
Why?
vain.
Because winning the pistol means nothing if you lose the follow-up. Just Zasha knows that.
Entries. They are fighting at the bottom of
They
the group
didn't force
to
buy.
survive against
Interesting.
BC Game of
Massive
all
Molotov
teams.
from Zasha. Look at the
And
damage.
so fair
Minus
enough
2 on
being
Twister.
down on this squad if they were to lose today. That still feels like a long way away.
Oh!
BC Game making this
Clean ass
anti-eco
spray down,
simple
bro.
as Materius and
Handles the
Simple
AK like it's
collect
CSGO.
all 5 between them.
Better, and I know
Full
that's
buy on
funny
phase.
considering they had that crazy comeback day 1 of stage 1.
Zasha.
But the game they played versus
Zasha not afraid
Vitality
to
on
go
this map
first.
was some of their cleanest CS yet. So let's see if that trend continues. FaZe buy round in.
Yeah, CT side
Zasha?
really had him down.
What?
So FaZe, these rounds are worth a lot.
Electronic,
Coming
maybe
through that
refrag,
mid to
please.
Smoke. Bit of a block for FaZe, and that's called this off for BC Game. Simple dead early.
Bomb towards
Go
B.
back to B. Blocked all over the map here. BC Game just
Electronic.
trying to feel out a mid-round. It's Electronic who is found by Frozen. Double
Frozen
kill
double.
for him. Just a B hit
Jakob,
now.
the only defender on B right now. This is still winnable.
Managed to
Nice!
displace Jacob. He's only going to get out with a dink. It's the quick rotate.
Nice.
of Frozen
2v3
that's meant to
Mutiris.
alleviate
5-0
the
right now.
pressure here.
Holy shit.
Mutiris holds on for the rotates, and Frozen left scrapping up against this Mac 10.
Mutiris!
is topping the charts right
1v2
now.
for crazy.
Can't find any more.
Mac 10 in the clutch.
Traded places.
Has an M4 next to him. Does he stick it?
Crazy tries his hand at
Yes,
the
it
plant.
does. Ice
Frozen
cold.
hoping he could fake him out there with the steps.
When Zasha's in the cold, you got the Zasha
This
veins
Mac
in your
10's
blood.
going to hit hard.
Crazy.
Crazy's been an impressive player as well for BC Game. Oh, and in this clutch, trying to deliver, he gets
now
down
ain't no
low, and
bullets.
Twists will finish what he started.
40
I mean-
seconds. Frozen's
Yeah.
not in the smoke. We'll have a gun.
Oh, Frozen even blocked down in CT, not info they have. Cash through,
Nice. Could be much worse. 4v4.
Only one for Twists, and
30
now FaZe
seconds.
hunker down. 30 seconds left. Carrigan
Nice.
backstab gets killed.
Flank denied. Do we go A or do we go B? We finish on A. Here we go. 25 seconds.
Here for FaZe Clan.
Oh, 25. Are they going to really back up, or are they
Time.
recommitting
20
late? 'Cause
seconds,
both
guys.
players from FaZe ready and waiting. 2 rifles in this site, here to stop this hit.
3v2. Kill Brokey, you win.
Goes unchecked.
15 seconds. Electronic can't die. Simple 1v2. 10 seconds on the clock. Kill the first. 10 seconds. Nice.
Simple can't provide the clutch.
Oh my god, bro.
In these clutch moments, does Simple, but
it's not going to be the most clean Counter-Strike played today.
Give him a split second more. Give him 10 HP more. He wins that round.
1v1s picked up back-to-back for FaZe to break BC Games money.
Oh no. He said, no. That's not a good time. Zasha!
I say that.
Zasha doesn't need it either.
I love this move. Drop down in the mid. He's trying
Look at this guy.
on this orb. Will get punished.
Nice try.
Uh-oh. Relax,
Nice,
that's a Glock.
3 on 3.
That's a Glock besting twists in the head-to-head. Loki, just don't mess this up.
Okay, good cover. Knows they're going to go for the gun. That's the only way BC Game can make something happen. Karrigan runs away, wants to actually keep a high economy round. This is crazy for Brokey, but he's going to get away with it. Deegs from Electronic looking for a kill. Brokey's not giving him enough.
Oh my god.
Minus 50.
Fire here, FaZe. You might get burned.
Electronic.
What's he doing?
What the?
What's Brokey up to? It's prop hunt right now. Electronic trying to find him.
What the hell? He just kill him.
Shot to afar.
Brain rot, Brokey. Can't sit still. Can't hit that major.
Sasha on the
That nigga look like he got a piercing on his
Sasha
arm.
was staying on spawn for a long
That
time,
ass
trying to
pimple.
evaluate what do I buy.
Situation going on these
Getting a
teams.
Lille.
BC Game.
5
Every
seconds
game
ago.
really mattering to
Nice
keep
Electronic.
their VRS ship shape.
Nice crazy.
And for FaZe, a team
4v3.
that, as we heard from the desk, there's a lot of doubts on.
Karrigan
Gonna show
flanking.
that the major wasn't a fluke.
Aragon ahead of that.
Oh,
no way you
he's back
repeat.
for more. Karrigan feeling the pressure to
You're
push up.
insane.
Aragon gets off the line. Brokey missed shot. They're out middle. It's not going to overcommit.
Mutiras
BC Game sees
walking
the
in.
gap.
Your Mutiras confidence in simple, unheard of today.
The site is empty. They'll take the space. The bomb is
Great
not
call
theirs.
from Mutiras, bro.
Still
Saw
wanna cross
Brokey
past
in middle.
Jacob if you want to bring it into play.
Saw Karrigan on
And
long.
that's
Probably
dealt
knows
with
A is
easily.
clear.
B is now open.
Very
BC
well
Game
called
have
from
more
Mutiras,
options than
guys.
they need. But again, the flank, a second time around, avoided.
Nice, Sasha.
FaZe are just getting picked off right now. We've got Simple running for them. And just like that, a third round,
Sasha.
signed, sealed, and delivered.
Yo, nice try. Sasha's top fragging, by the way. Top fragging on the whole server.
Won't be easy for Karrigan here.
Oh no.
Aragon caught wide.
Nice,
He's done a
Mutiras.
lot of
Could have been
damage.
much
You'd like
worse.
to think that's enough for Karrigan down in the pit.
4 on 4.
Soon to be.
Guys, time is running kind of low. I'm not gonna lie.
Feels obvious where this one's ending up.
And FaZe is ahead of it. 3
Crazy
defenders on
starts to
A.
move.
Mutiras low HP. Luckily only an orb. Holding him. Okay, GG.
Mutiras tries to cross on in. The break on the smoke is very well timed. They catch him. The final second. The crazy lurk actually heads out towards middle, so you're never going to deal with this
that's
short
insane.
threat. That leaves just
Brokey wants to stay at
pushing
FaZe.
in alone.
1v3 for Crazy, James
As
Time.
Crazy makes his way over, there is no saving this one. FaZe Clan quick to level out and tie us up again
Brokey
as they
6 and
shut
6.
down the long take. Huge
Chat,
bit
are
of
we all cheering for
pressure
Simple right now or
removed,
now?
knowing that you've got short in your pocket. Means
Who's
you don't have
faced
to
up?
stake
Who's
the
Simple
whole
up, bro?
round on fighting and dying for this long control.
Whoa, whoa, what is this?
Even in this downtime, Frozen's got them pushed through the tunnels. And so they know that it is likely a
FaZe up, I am. I'm cheering for FaZe Simple.
You've seen no one anywhere else on the map.
60 seconds.
Do they realize they're already crossing? Aragon making it in silently. Util's getting dumped, and that info goes to Karrigan.
Nice!
Everyone on.
5v4, this is very good. Look at our position, bro.
And so no problem here for BC Game. This orb is now
Brokey, you
forced
won't
to
hit a jumping orb
perhaps
shot, bro.
jump shot. Brokey,
You're not Kikli, bro. You're not Kikli.
this is desperation.
Oh
Kikli
no,
was using
Brokey
cheats.
is the jump shot. Not like this isn't what he wanted to do.
He hits it.
4 on 4, Jame
Tag
time.
comes in. Nade
Not Jame
falls
time anymore!
off. Brokey damage ends up being valuable. It's given the advantage to FaZe in this retake. Right now they're locked out by
Electronic.
smokes. Gonna throw in
Sasha
an exec
on the
from
orb.
short,
Should be
try and give
unusable. Nice,
themselves a little
Sasha!
bit of leeway.
Headshot,
That's where
by the way.
Simple springs to life. Electronic up next.
Sasha.
Can't fully hold off the
1v2.
catwalk. Frozen
Mutiras,
double
Mother of
kill.
Nature, has been having an insane
FaZe
game so
making
far.
Moves.
With the AK.
Down to Mutiras
Is it
out
planted
here
for him? I
long,
think
and the bomb
it
not
is not.
planted for him. He's already foregoing this round. There's no winning this for Mutiras, and there's the cover.
He ran back. I mean, what's the com here for BC Game? It's not for him. He runs away. He has to get closer. He has to take that CT.
Oh no!
But miscommunication, misunderstanding.
And now he has to listen to Sasha. He is not happy, bro. I'd be tilted too, bro.
Target there. Slow and steady on that retake.
Who's at fault? Mutira's on the plant or both?
You can stay side, bro. You can fight side.
Already hearing fighting of BC game. Felt like this was just a matter of time.
It's a fair enough round to feel frustrated in, I'll say that much. You know, you kind of did all the work.
No, how are we still going? Why is he showing up like this?
It's just like you have to keep your
head
in
here we go,
game
guys. Lock in, please.
Maybe during the match.
And then he checks scoreboard and he's at the top, bro. Like, this is, you know?
If every round comes with
and then he gets
criticism.
fueled. Fuck. One thing you have to realize, bro. Like, now if Mutira starts playing like a bot, it could be because, of course, BC Game is going to do what Daddy Sasha says. They paid a fuck ton for Sasha and they want to build the team around Sasha. If Sasha says Mutira's gotta go, it's gotta go.
Stick with me.
And now Mutira's shivering his timbers. Sasha's mad at me. Do I have to find a job after this? Is it time for McDonald's?
Is it time for McDonald's?
Leveled against FaZe Clan at Frozen.
4-on-4. Nice, Sasha. 3-on-3. Sasha. That was clever. Because if he died, the bomb could have been out of position. He's always one step ahead. That's why he's the GOAT, bro.
Playing through the smokes.
Brilliant.
Good catch for
2v3.
Brokey. Ballsy peek out the window. Carrigan blindside. Simple and 180s to finish the job on Mutira.
Why does Mutira's not defend his ass?
Back into the round. Just rushing through the smoke, taking every risk.
Yo, I'm about to crash out. My cage is disconnect.
They're in Simple's head right now. He threw the bomb in. Like, I'm not planting this thing. And FaZe, fearless retake. Don't even let it go down. No extra money. No chance.
The fuck? Crazy, bro. You can play and say, bro. Come on.
Crazy didn't say anything. Crazy didn't say anything. Guys, what's going on?
Specific type of individual.
I'm seeing
that could
multiple signs of tiltedness. Back to back to back to back.
Starts overthinking their moves.
Minions have spawned. Even when I'm alone, I'm not lonely. Turn it up! Whoa, I bet you're pretty strong, huh?
kill. Enemy triple kill. Enemy quadra kill. Shut down. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Killing spree. Shut down. An ally has been slain.
What?
An Age.
You're welcome.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Never fall. Focus. This should help. I'm gonna show the medallion what I'm made of. Never falter. Sa ala sa tiri.
This is the farthest I've ever been from home.
Slain. An enemy has been slain.
Go team! This should help! Adriano!
One, but I got shit on. See my healing actually. Nigga, what? I barely did any healing. I was better off doing damage. What? I
Unseen blade is the deadliest.
You want style? You found her.
Then you're not dynamic, everyone's uncomfortable all the time.
What's next? They pan
Because
the
you're
symbol and his
constantly
cameras off?
worried about doing the
Lock in,
wrong
bro.
thing.
Scheiße. Sasha, please. We need to hold it together, bro. I know we're playing with bots right now.
It's just
No, I'm
them
chilling.
sitting it
I'm
now,
chilling. I'm
passive
chilling.
round,
I'm
no
trolling.
moves, no one in middle. Frozen watches from the doors.
Come back soon, or you might miss me.
every fight. Don't ask for permission. Don't ask for forgiveness.
Minions are on the march.
Guns and swords go together like rice and saffron. How come no one ever tells me? Civil, you say anything for the right price. But what's the price of one's destiny? I'm not built to win. I'm built to conquer.
Just hear that.
Okay, I'll get my videos first. But...
Join my expedition?
This nigga bought fucking rabbit.
Let them suffer a bit longer.
Oh, did I step on your moment?
The enemy has been slain. Got yourself a pair. Ace. See if they learn their lesson. Turret destroyed.
Believe me, I faced worse.
Your ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Fast, damn young. Maybe I get a tattoo to celebrate the cake.
Ain't worth the coughing. Your mate's feeding the fishes. Go take a sip from the fountain. Your ally has been slain. Direct that turret! Your ally has been slain. You have slain the enemy. Your ally has been slain.
Another round.
Triple kill! What a glorious mess! Your ally has slain an enemy.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Lantern Man.
Inhibitor destroyed! Your allies decorating seat. Fine meal for the shark. Everything's got an end. 2 men overboard.
Look out, guys, gals, and other pals.
Many mysteries to explore.
need one eye to hit my mark.
Your ally has slain an enemy. Your ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Your ally has been slain. Your ally shut down an enemy. Your ally has slain an enemy.
Believe me, I faced worse.
Keep this up and I'll be diving in. Your ally has a double kill. Your mate's feeding the fishes. Your ally has been slain. Ally triple kill. Enemy double kill. Inhibitor destroyed. Aced. I'd like to see that again. Your ally has slain an enemy. Your ally has been slain.
Live fast, die young.
Shut down.
The assembly
An enemy on a killing spree. Your turret's been destroyed.
undersea exploration.
You have slain an enemy. You shut down an enemy. That'll give you something to think about.
Done and dusted. Life's simple. Take the shot or lose the chance. Danger runs through me.
Enemy double kill. Aced.
We can low-key lose. Not when I get this DT though. And I'm waiting to go for it.
Look out, guys, gals, and other
I prefer you only killed bad people with this nautical skeptic.
They're so lucky I got stunned out of my fucking...
Your mate's earning his coin. Your ally has been slain. The enemy's inhibitors respawned.
Believe me, I faced worse.
Inhibitor destroyed. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has slain an enemy. Allies block his energy. Enemy double.
Oh. I don't even know what it is.
Your turret in splinters.
Bro, how do I not kill him?
Your ally has slain an enemy. Ally triple. Enemy killing spree. Your ally has been slain. Enemy double kill. Your ally has slain an enemy. Hey, that's the last of their crew.
Oh, great feel to shoot my past in the face.
Shut down! Eyes always burn! Your ally has slain an enemy! Your ally's bloody!
I cannot believe I actually just phase tanked a Nart. And I really like that, actually. Let's see my healing done. Because I think my healing done is probably actually insane right now. 20,000. That's about as much as I did on the million, but I was doing damage to him. Just like sense.
And I were much better than the rest. They have the ability, they have to play a long time.
Goose, BC game.
Try to listen to Zasha, try to take something away from it.
Will open and then makes him in a twist out here on Goose. It's a good setup, a strong setup, and it's not going to falter.
No!
Twist hold. He's just drawing all the attention, all
It was
the
just
fire.
equal, no reason to tilt.
That close round.
Roki on Zasha's is orb, how dare you? That's disrespectful as shit.
More.
He should be using his own orb skin, not ours.
He's just to leave the options
Chat,
open.
we need the 5-7.
BC game. Aragorn's going to leave.
4-8 is GG, I'm not gonna lie.
Back at that
This
B
is
side,
our
right?
map.
They give up the long control. They feigned
Bomb
catwalk.
towards B.
Problem
The
they've
mid to
got
B
is
smoke
that
already
Carrigan is
faded. Do
about
we have
ready to
another one?
call their bluff,
Zasha
as is Twist.
has the
They're
smoke.
playing
He
aggressive
throws
here.
it.
Let's light it up.
On short and long. And so you really hope that this
What is
B
this?
hit comes soon before FaZe can get ahead of this.
Oh, so much damage with the smoke.
Will you prove worthy? Probably not.
Holy shit! 4v3, this should be unlosable.
We'll go
If we lose
pink,
this, we're
yeah.
gonna actually be tilting hella hard.
Bomb side, we're bombed down, and last round,
Electronic
FaZe
can cut
have
off the
to try,
rotation,
but
hides in
first
the corner.
step is get through Electronic up close.
Zasha on the
Trying to get
boost,
this
great
set up,
boost.
Right? They're trying to offer Electronic a bit of
What an
assistance
idea.
down here in middle. Simple doesn't want to leave
It's
him hung
last
out
round.
to
FaZe, you have to
dry
go.
all on his own, and so one
Zasha.
off the top of this boost.
Nice
There's
team
Electronic
play.
playing that tag team, and a Carrigan 1v4. Well, they're all looking
Carrigan
tunnels
1v4,
bound. They've cleared
minus
out mid.
40.
They know where he is. Should be
Whoa.
dead on the swing. Carrigan, quick work made over the first.
What?
And you think
Are we
he's going
bots?
to the line, but he just keeps on going.
Oh my god, how
Finally,
did that
they
guy
bring
not touch
down.
him?
BC game managed
Yo.
something. Break.
Arm there in those hectic moments of
Zasha.
FaZe. I mean, it's nothing new
Scouting
to this
front.
team.
So, you guys know that I don't really like to talk about controversial topics that much, you know. I'm pretty much sort of a straight shooter, just likes to keep everything, you know, safe for YouTube and stuff. So today I figured we'd talk about something incredibly that is Bible or Bible theory iceberg. This chart is credit of user eMilos260 or Emilo, that, whatever it is, I'm sorry. Now, there's a couple things I want to get clear before we get started. For one, this is looking at theories and a lot of the lesser known aspects of the Bible itself. This isn't going to be me remember the words about observation work. This isn't necessarily my enemy. This is just talking about So basically, I just want
Bro, how are we doing
I kneel for the sharks.
I want you to know I'm just being lighthearted.
Your ally has been slain. Your ally has been slain.
That's right. But worry no more thanks to today's sponsor, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark is the do-it-all VPN that offers
Enemy killing spree.
Holy shit, this fucking choke guy. Like, what the fuck?
Enemy double kill.
I can tell you that there is hundreds of put that into perspective, that's a little over 2,000. So, if you're not for sure about it,
Your allies done work.
just follow the link in the description. Thank you so much for sponsoring it. It means the most. Thank you all for watching, and we are back to the video. Without further ado, we're going to go ahead and get into it. As always, thank you so much for your work.
Your ally has been slain.
Concept of the Bible itself. So we're going to go through the first few. God the Father. Instead, the part of God that was made human for his dwelling on earth and was sacrificed for sins. So all of this that God the Father is heaven and
Your allies decorate the sea.
The 7 days it describes that because it says on the 7th day God rested. Bible tradition. There's many who
Enemy has been slain. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has been slain. Your ally has slain an enemy.
In the Christian scriptures, also simply appeared inside of him. He was presented in Bethlehem to the Nativity, and the story goes on from there. Super proud of it. I'm not going to get into this.
Never on.
Renaissance frame, like, you know, cute little chubby. Well, in actuality, as a matter of fact, like this.
Your allies are the double kill. Everything's got an end. Your ally has slain an enemy. Ally double kill.
Old Testament were writing it, they would stop, go get the Bible device, write it, throw that device away so that it could never write another reference to the Trinity.
Never.
Specifically worded that will have no
Nasty. Oh my god, they need guys to minions. He doesn't. He's not
Moses asked the
Your ally has been slain.
closest pronunciation. Yes, and with the other what's normally not that well known is that there are technically 14 or
Your allies decorating the sea.
The Old Testament, which has creation fulfilled for Jesus, is very interesting to study because the way that things work, at least in the canon of Christianity, are not the same as they were then. See, according to the beliefs of Christianity, in the New Testament, or the age that we live now, we are under faith and grace and that. Whereas the Old Testament is law, and it's rigid.
You have slain an enemy.
Earlier about the three members of the God. So Trinity is complicated because honestly it's hard to
That's the last
the New Testament, whenever it talks about Jesus being on earth, we see that he is definitely acting as someone apart from God. As a matter of fact,
Enemy triple kill.
Specific wording is let us know our God, which again, that is God's Because of reasons like this, God is often considered as the three in one. John the Baptist is a New Testament figure that is considered the forerunner of Christ. As a matter of fact, John the Baptist is the how to it's also
The enemy's inhibitors respawn. For the slaughter.
Then that means Judas was never a true believer. But again, that goes back to the question of prophecy. The way a lot of people look at it is perhaps rather than deciding what happens in the future, God older prophets of the Old Testament a realization of what was to come. While some even believe that perhaps Judas knew that by betraying Christ, he was carrying out prophecy. He had to betray God and follow. Either way, Judas felt guilty for what and tried to return his money, put it as a bribe. And on
Feed in the fishes. Your ally has been slain.
This would be the explanation.
Enemy double kill.
Methuselah in the Old Testament lived to be over 900 years old. So whenever the flood came, the firmament simply collapsed in on them, which is also why there was enough water to cover everything. And speaking of Old Testament characters, Adam named the animals. In Genesis, the first person to ever be created, Adam, simply spent his time naming different individually picked a name for every
Your
animal.
ally has been slain.
Original Hebrew text, these names that Adam gave to the animals stuck into the generations that followed, and that's how things books got their first name. Oh boy, so now we're on to one of the juicy ones, the first Enoch. So Enoch is briefly by Enoch himself. The general idea behind it is that they are non-inspired, or in other words, it's believed that God had a perfect plan with putting the Bible together the way that it currently is, so these writings were not part of that plan. But despite being non-canon, the book of Enoch is actually mentioned later in the Bible. Near the end of the Bible, in the New Testament, in the book of Jude, they reference verses from the book of Enoch, which again is not in the Bible. First Enoch is interesting as it is mostly written as a story about something called Nephilim, which we will talk about in just a second. Leviathan is a creature that is mentioned several times in the Old Testament in books like Isaiah, Job, and Amos, and is described as being a giant serpent that exists beneath the waters. How giant, you ask? Well, in certain Judaism beliefs, it is said to be about 300 miles long, so that should give you a good idea. Now, in the book of Revelations, which Revelations itself is a prophecy of what happens at the end of times, but that's a whole other animal to get into, it talks about Leviathan returning and being killed by an angel known as Michael. However, in that book of Revelations, it talks about Leviathan as being the vessel of Satan. So let's connect some dots here. We have the Leviathan and Satan as the same thing at the end of the Bible. In the middle of the Bible, we have the Leviathan being described as a great serpent. And then if you're familiar with the beginning of the Bible, in the Garden of Eden, it says that Satan came to Eve as a serpent and got her to commit the first sin. This time I'm gonna giant, potentially 300-mile-long serpent is the serpent that caused the first sin and therefore the downfall of humanity. Which I think it's really wild to think about. Like, what if instead of like a little garden snake that everyone thinks of, this thing's like... Leviathan is also adapted into several... It's believed to be the basis for deadly dragons from Eastern culture and principles of Ouroboros, or the infinite loop cycle of the snake eating itself. So if the idea of the first thing that was ever done, which caused the downfall of humanity, that was potentially created by a 300-mile-long super snake isn't cool to you, I don't know. The transfiguration to which, as the disciples watched, a light shone down from heaven Moses and Elijah would be there with him. If anyone had any doubts, Satan. So therefore, according to the Christian idea, this is a way that has power over those who are mingled with the daughters of Israel. We'll talk about here in a second. Some believe this to mean Nephilim were feared people throughout the Bible. As a matter of fact, the word in English is giant.
Your ally has slain an enemy. You are prisoners.
Potentially angels. Actually, you know what? Just so I don't sit down, I just want you to hear it directly at this. Okay, so this is Genesis 6, verse 4. There were giants in the earth in those days, and also after that, the sons of God destroyed unto and they bare children. The same people. Believed and read by many. Well, basically the whole point is the story of the way this giants came. The whole story began Old Testament supernatural elements come from. Now, Enoch is not in the canon of Scripture, so that is not why you believe that. That does not mean that's something. Unrighteous child, the bad one being Cain and the good one being Seth. So several beliefs that that's what instead of God. Kind of jumped in on this one and talked about it earlier, but in the Old Testament, like I said, the fact that Elohim is used as both plural and singular, yeah, what was that sentence? He meant for the
ally has been slain. Your ally separated.
of iron and mighty jaws and a tail. A lot of times meaning that this
Your ally has slain an enemy. Ally double kill. Ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. You have slain an enemy.
One cannot serve God and mammon. Now, in most interpretations, mammon is believed to be exactly what mammon is in Hebrew, which translates to wealth or greed. However, some believe mammon to be a quite literal figure or entity that Jesus is believed to serve. So much so that it is used as evidence. Princes or sort of rulers who exist in hell, and each one of them is sin. Lucifer himself, divine snakes can be referenced to several forms of holy
Your ally has been slain.
Tried to sort of maybe imply that it could have been Leviathan, or during the time of the children of God were attacked by fiery serpents, and Moses put a serpent on a staff, or the multiple references to the devil himself being a serpent.
Your turret is sniper.
Bro, what? How did I not get that off? I swear,
Angel? Is it just referring to the angels that have? The Son of Man is in the fire with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Okay, so story time. In the Old Testament, remember this is before Christ, which is going to be important. The king I just mentioned, Nebuchadnezzar, was not a very nice dude at all. Instead of just being Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, he said that he was 4 people in there. And the 4th was God. Now, if you're following along, this creates a few issues. For one, this is before the New Testament, or as it's understood when Jesus came to earth. Jesus is understood as the Son of God. So this specific phrase implies that Jesus was able to be present before the New Testament, which again,
An enemy's on a
makes it
killing
wonky.
spree.
2, how on earth did they know what he looked like? He specifically says he looks as the Son of God. And then third, to add another layer of confusion to this whole thing, Nebuchadnezzar immediately...
Your ally has slain an enemy. Twice the bounty.
Watching them not
Take out that enemy.
Pretty good proof that maybe they know what they're talking about. He tells them how great it is that God sent his angel to save them. Okay, so now he is the Son of God and also angel. And I'm not trying to say that it's just everything have to be a little personal. In my personal interpretation, as we talked about with the potential of the like literally sons of angels, and it refers to the saying looks to be a son of God, and then immediately says God sent an angel. I think he was because literally before the son of God.
Everything's got an end.
Actually, did
shoulder and listening to him speak. And whenever Jesus was dying on his cross, it says that
Their
he was
inhibitors back.
his mother and the beloved apostle, to which he told us, this is your son now, and he told his beloved apostle, this is your mother now. Take care of each other. So again, while Jesus loved all the apostles, it seems that he had a very special relationship with this one.
Inhibitor destroyed.
Bro, what?
However, there are some more theories. For example, Lazarus, who was people that Jesus raised from the dead, it's referred to that Jesus loved both him and his sister, and after Lazarus dies, Lazarus' sister comes to Jesus and says, he who thou lovest is dead. There's some that also say it may be James, as well as one theory that says the beloved apostles was they were being hunted down by the Roman soldiers, and since this one was never seen with Jesus by any eyewitnesses, they kept his name a secret. However, like I said, and I know
Nigga, what?
For example, it talks about how, which is neat, as well as miracles that the apostles. Naked boy fleeing from Gethsemane is a really random, weird one. So
Your
in the
ally
book,
has been
which
slain.
in the Gospels, for 2 verses, out of 10, it says, while you were
Yours is mine.
So this is immediately after
Your ally has been
slain around them began to follow the parade of soldiers that had Jesus arrested, to which the Romans tried to chase him off. They ripped the linen off of him, and he ran into the night naked. And that's the only mention of it. It never gives him a name. It just says the young boy. He literally shows up out of nowhere. He leaves literally into the night, and that's it. That's all we got. Now, while it wasn't 100% uncommon for people to be naked except for one robe that they wear around them, the wording. So the specific wording, as it's originally written, is a linen cloth, and the way it's written in Hebrew is never said anywhere else throughout the Bible except when it's talking about burial clothing. Alright, so here's the theory people go with, and bear with me for a second. So several times throughout the Bible, we see the Holy Spirit or the power of God being used to raise people from the dead. Like, obviously we have examples in the Old Testament where, like, Elijah put his staff on a young boy and he came back to life. Or whenever Jesus told Lazarus to arise and Lazarus walked out of the tomb. But we also see it happen in sort of incidental ways. For example, whenever the prophet Elisha died, he was buried and put into a cave, to which then someone else was being buried in that cave, and while they were being buried, their body touched Elisha's, and it said the spirit essentially shocked him back, and the man who was being buried came back to life. So we see here, again, according to the Bible, the power of God directly creating miracles of bringing life back. All right, so again, bear with me on this. Whenever the Roman soldiers came to approach Jesus, they asked Jesus, "Who are you?" And Jesus said, "I am." If you'll remember back in Tier 1, the original name of God, which is to never be spoken, is believed to mean I am, which is why the English translation is I am that I am. It's said that in the garden, whenever Jesus replied with this I am, there was a rumbling and a sort of shockwave that went out. Because, again, going off that theory I mentioned earlier, he said the actual name of God, which is powerful and not to be spoken. And the Garden of Gethsemane is located immediately next to a graveyard. So off of that, is it possible that Jesus said the true name of God, which was so powerful that, as it says, it rippled through the men there, and just like with Elisha's body, caused enough spirit to raise someone from the dead? And that's why a naked boy was following Jesus, trying to see who it was that brought him back from his dead in nothing but a burial cloth. I don't know, because like I said, the boy's only mentioned for those 2 verses and never again. And I know I'm reaching, and I don't want to be sacrilegious, but again, we're talking about theory, we're talking about concepts, and I think it's really cool and a little too cool not to. The Apocalypse of Abraham is very similar to the Book of Enoch in that it is a book written around the idea of an Old Testament character that's not part of the Bible. A lot of the Apocalypse of Abraham talks about Abraham's early life and how he helped his father make false idols of lesser gods. Not only that, but it says that whenever it comes time for Abraham to learn what his destiny is as the follower of God, that God shows him everything. By everything, I mean from creation through all of time to where he sees God himself, and then he sees how time's going to end, which is why the book's called the Apocalypse of Abraham, because a lot of the focus on it is how the world ends. And again, while not a part of the accepted Bible, which people believe, the story is very interesting. For example,
On the 12th of February,
What the fuck kind of ad blocker do I have on?
Sim Democracy was founded. Its founder, Gage Boy, wanted to conduct a small democracy experiment.
Sitting here like,
However,
damn, pie?
the subreddit,
The fuck?
forum, governed itself. He set out the rules for how the subreddit would work. Every 2 weeks, the members of the subreddit would elect a president who would be appointed as the moderator. As the president, they could use their moderation powers as they saw fit. They could appoint low-ranked moderators to serve below them, they could write and enact whatever laws they wanted, and they could censor and ban from the subreddit whoever they wished. But there were also key limits on what the president couldn't do. They couldn't violate the Reddit terms of service, change the subreddit's description, or more importantly, interfere with the election of the next president. The job of running presidential elections was instead given to the subreddit supervisor, Gageboy, who, as the top moderator that outranked every elected official, had the power to appoint and dismiss moderators based on the results of the election. Being effectively an unelected head of state, Gageboy pledged to be a dormant supervisor, only doing what was necessary to keep the elections going, but otherwise leaving the subreddit to its own devices. It took just 48 hours for his democracy experiment to be plunged into its first crisis. In the first round of its first presidential election, a record 117 votes were cast, a number so high it represented a voter turnout of over 100%. Without clear rules on how elections should be run, Gageboy switched the voting method twice in that election, first to SurveyMonkey and then to Reddit, in order to frustrate further attempts to rig the election. In a close final round, ADCD was elected as the first president of Sim Democracy. But as quickly as he entered into office, another problem began to emerge. The rules outlining how the subreddit should be run, which had effectively become the subreddit's constitution at this point, were really unclear and sparsely written. For example, Section 4 of the Constitution stated that the president was prohibited from changing the subreddit's description, but that the rules page and sidebar are fair game. This implied that the president could, by changing the rules page for the subreddit, write and enact new legislation. Proceeding on this basis, ADCD passed legislation creating a Senate, delegating his lawmaking powers to this newly elected body of 5 senators, and tasked his vice president to run its inaugural election. Candidacies were made and ballots were cast, but on the day when the results of the election were expected to be announced, Vice President Mobile came in with a different announcement. Gageboy had messaged him, saying that the elections were undemocratic, but hadn't given further details yet. As a result, Gageboy had chosen to unverify the results of the election, and thus the Senate's election had been blocked. Upon hearing Mobile's announcement, Senate candidate Dovahkiin reacted with anger. Sure, there was controversy over how the election was held, but unlike the presidency, which was regulated by the Constitution, the Senate was an executive-created body whose rules, including its election, were regulated entirely by executive-created law. Nothing about the Senate's creation or election was unconstitutional. It didn't violate Reddit's rules, it didn't unban subreddit spammers, and it didn't interfere with presidential elections. If there was a controversy surrounding the Senate's election, only the president had the power to ameliorate that through legislation. So, under what authority did Gageboy claim to unverify the results? Gageboy quickly backtracked. He conceded he couldn't stop the Senate's formation from going ahead, but he also made it clear that he would highly disapprove of it. Without wanting to go against the supervisor's wishes, the vice president delayed the Senate's formation. They'll sort out Gageboy's concerns first. By 3 weeks into the experiment, Gageboy had resigned from his position as the subreddit supervisor. In his speech, he recognized that his position had become untenable. He frequently clashed with elected officials over his perceived political activism, he censored posts made by other users, and he felt overwhelmed by the myriad of duties he had to tend to. Without any consultation, he declared he was anointing his successor, Jackie, to take over the reins of being the subreddit supervisor. But as quickly as Gageboy handed in his resignation, suspicions began to swirl that Jackie was, in fact, Gageboy's alt account. Jackie was an entirely new account, supposedly because she was new to Reddit, with no pre-existing Reddit or Discord history. Wishing to preempt any potential issues with this new supervisor in the future, the Senate passed the Defense Against Tyranny Act, DATA, a law that would allow the Senate and the people to impeach the supervisor with a 3/4 majority vote. If the supervisor interfered with the impeachment process, such as deleting Senate votes or rigging the ratification referendum, they would be automatically impeached. Section 3 made the consequences of impeachment loud and clear. A. If the referendum passes, then the supervisor is asked to step down and is expected to do so gracefully. B. If the supervisor refuses to step down, they are declared a tyrant, and when tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. All laws against rebellion or treason become null and void, and the supervisor is to be overthrown at all costs. But while Gage Boy struggled to be a dormant supervisor, Jackie was a little too dormant. Her first job was to hold the next presidential elections, but the date for those, 14th of March 2019, came and went without a response. 4 days later, without any indication of where she was or whether she was even alive, Senator Mobile issued a threat. If Jackie didn't open up registrations for the next election soon, he would initiate impeachment proceedings. 1 week later, Jackie returned with an official apology, stating that she didn't check the subreddit because she thought everything was running smoothly without her. At this point, the Senate had given up entirely on Jackie and passed legislation creating a Secretary of Elections to hold presidential elections without the need for a supervisor. As the Senate was doing fine anyway, according to her, she announced her intention to continue being inactive.
In 2022, 2 teenagers in Singapore were detained on terrorism charges. They had allegedly planned to murder people who they claimed to be, quote, disbelievers and construct a car bomb that they hoped to detonate at a local mosque. What's interesting about this case is that the 2 teenagers had met on the gaming platform Roblox, where they had seemingly self-radicalized and used the platform to virtually plan out their terrorist attacks. These teenagers were only 2 of 11 total people who have been prosecuted for similar reasons, according to Singapore's Internal Security Department. It's pretty shocking how many examples are available of people pledging their allegiance to the Salafi jihadist group ISIS using Roblox, and subsequently planning terror attacks in real life. Later in this video, we're going to infiltrate one of these communities to see exactly what is happening from the inside. But first, I want to talk about one more example of this happening, and you
There we go. There we did. Call the cops. Who said? Wait. Who is you?
Niggas that didn't go to streamer university don't get why niggas give them so many flowers for that shit. They say niggas is glazing, dick sucking. Bro, that nigga Kai could have, boy, that nigga could have been on stream the whole time, ran up
taking niggas
crazy money, nigga. That nigga could have ran up so much money.
100%,
That nigga was like, you know what? I'm gonna spark for an hour. I'm gonna get off that bitch. And I'm gonna disperse 300,000-400,000 people on this one category and let everybody eat. Bro, niggas that didn't go to streamer university don't get why niggas give them so many flowers for that shit. They say niggas is glazing, dick sucking. Bro, that nigga Kai could have, boy, that nigga could have been on stream the whole time, ran up
Taking niggas
crazy money,
100%,
nigga. That nigga could have ran up so much money.
100%,
That nigga was like, you know what? I'm gonna spark for an hour. I'm gonna get off that bitch.
Yep.
And I'm gonna disperse 400,000 people on this one category and let everybody eat. Bro, niggas that didn't go to streaming university don't get why niggas give him so many flowers for that shit. They say niggas is glazing, dick sucking. Bro, that nigga Kai could have, boy, that nigga could have been on stream the whole time, ran up
Taking niggas
crazy money, nigga. That nigga could have ran up so much money.
100%,
That nigga was like, you know what? I'm gonna spark for an hour. I'm gonna get off that bitch. And I'm gonna disperse 400,000 people on this one category and let everybody eat. Bro, niggas that didn't go to streaming university don't get why niggas give him so many flowers for that shit. They say niggas is glazing, dick sucking. Bro, that nigga Kai could have, boy, that nigga could have been on stream the whole time, ran up
Taking niggas
crazy money, nigga. That nigga could have ran up so much money. That nigga was like, you know what? I'm gonna spark for an hour. I'm gonna get off that bitch. And I'm gonna disperse 400,000 people on this one category and let everybody eat. Bro, niggas that didn't go to streaming university don't get why niggas give him so many flowers for that shit. They say niggas is glazing, dick sucking. Bro, that nigga Kai could have, boy, that nigga could have been on stream the whole time, ran up
Taking niggas
crazy money, nigga. That nigga could have ran up so much money.
100%,
That nigga was like, you know what? I'm gonna spark for an hour. I'm gonna get off that bitch. And I'm gonna disperse 400,000 people on this one category and let everybody eat. Bro, niggas that didn't go to streaming university don't get why niggas give him so many flowers for that shit. They say niggas is glazing, dick sucking. Bro, that nigga Kai could have, boy, that nigga could have been on stream the whole time, ran up
Taking niggas
crazy money, nigga. That nigga could have ran up so much money. That nigga was like, you know what? I'm gonna spark for an hour. I'm gonna get off that bitch. And I'm gonna disperse 400,000 people on this one category and let everybody eat. Bro, niggas that didn't go to streaming university don't get why niggas give him so many flowers for that shit. They say niggas is glazing, dick sucking. Bro, that nigga Kai could have, boy, that nigga could have been on stream the whole time, ran up
Taking niggas
crazy money, nigga. That nigga could have ran up so much money. That nigga was like, you know what? I'm gonna spark for an hour. I'm gonna get off that bitch. And I'm gonna disperse 400,000 people on this one category and let everybody eat. Bro, niggas that didn't go to streaming university don't get why niggas give him so many flowers for that shit. They say niggas is glazing, dick sucking. Bro, that nigga Kai could have, boy, that nigga could have been on stream the whole time, ran up
Taking niggas
crazy money, nigga. That nigga could have ran up so much money. That nigga was like, you know what? I'm gonna spark for an hour. I'm gonna get off that bitch. And I'm gonna disperse 400,000 people on this one category and let everybody eat. Bro, niggas that didn't go to streaming university don't.
Pokemon Day is a very special day for Pokemon fans, and in just a few weeks we'll be getting a Pokemon Presents talking about the new updates, events, and the upcoming Pokemon games. This year in particular is very special, as it will mark 30 years of the Pokemon franchise, and for the 30th anniversary, I wanted to make a list of the things I'd like to see at the Presents, but also my wishes for Generation 10. I doubt even a few of my wishes will be added, but I'm gonna do this just for fun. So in this video, I'll be listing 50 things we need for Generation 10. So without further ado, let's get started. Adding the Gen 1 to 7 games to the Nintendo Switch. So far on the Nintendo Switch, we were only able to play the Let's Go games, Sword and Shield, Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Legends Arceus, Scarlet and Violet, and Legends EA. But loads of Pokemon fans have been wishing to be able to replay their childhood games on the modern console, as the old Pokemon games have been getting really expensive on eBay, as well as not getting an official release on the Switch. Since Game Freak has released the Gen 1 to 2 games on the 3DS as part of the 20th anniversary back in 2016, I see the 30th anniversary as a perfect opportunity to bring back our childhood games onto the Switch, whether that be as virtual consoles or as part of the Nintendo Switch Online service. Gens 1 to 3 would be easy to have as they are only one screen, but Gen 4 to 7 would be quite difficult to implement as the Switch 1 and 2 do not have a dual screen like the DS family. So my best hope for Nintendo is to maybe make an add-on screen for the DS games or modify the DS games to be able to work on one screen. Black and White remakes. Ever since Generation 3, it's been a tradition for Pokemon to release a remake of the past generation. We got Fire Red and Leaf Green, Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl. So it's a no-brainer to have Gen 5 as the next upcoming remakes. How they do this remake will be quite interesting. Will we get both remakes for Black and White as well as their sequels? Will it be Black and White 3? Or will it be Legends Kyurem? Either way, whatever it is, I just hope they don't mess this remake up like they did with the last remakes. Let's Go Johto. Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee were released in 2018 as remakes of the Pokemon Yellow games, but also as a way to capitalize off the success of Pokemon Go. It was a very unique twist to the main series games, with Mega Evolution added to the game and changing the way of catching Pokemon to being similar to how it works in Pokemon Go. Some fans have really enjoyed the style of games that they wish for a sequel, with that being the Let's Go Johto games. This would be a great way to revive the Johto games, as the last time we got to explore Johto was 16 years ago. They could even make this game compatible with the original Let's Go games, with us being able to explore the two regions, and who knows, maybe the return of regional forms as well. Pokken Tournament 2. Pokken Tournament is a spin-off Pokemon fighting game released on the Wii U in 2016, which was then also released on the Switch as Pokken Tournament DX in 2017. The game revolves around you playing as one of the Pokemon rosters in the game and facing off against the opponent, kind of like the anime arena fighter games like the Naruto Storm series and Jump Force. It was a great fighting game, and being able to battle Pokemon in an engaging way like the Pokemon anime was a dream come true for us when we were kids. Later on in 2018, we got 2 waves of DLC for the Switch, which gave us more Pokemon to play, as well as additional items and outfits. Sadly, this game hasn't been talked about as of lately, which sucks because it was a great concept for a new type of Pokemon game, and it had so much potential to become a big part of the franchise. So if one day Bandai decides to release a sequel to this game, this could finally revive this game and give it the love it deserves. Bring back the National Dex. The National Dex was an additional Dex upgrade that let you register every Pokemon known to exist prior to the generation you're in. That means you were able to catch every single Pokemon and live to the Pokemon slogan, "Gotta catch 'em all." Sadly, in Generation 7, the National Dex was removed from the game. However, you were still able to catch every single Pokemon in the game, just that the Pokemon outside of the regional Dex weren't registered. And starting with Generation 8, you couldn't even catch every Pokemon, as Game Freak decided that only specific Pokemon onwards would only be able to be available for each respective game. And while yes, modeling all the 1025 Pokemon is more challenging, as you have to give them move animations as well as sleep and other idle animations, it isn't possible and can be done if they do take the time developing their games. In my opinion, if we won't get the National Dex again, at the very least let us have it for Generation 10. I mean, this is the 30th anniversary, and I feel like Gen 10 should feel special because of that. So Game Freak, if you're watching this video, please do it. It would make the Gen 10 games feel so special. Bring back Mega Evolution, Z-Moves, Dynamax, and Terrestrialization. Just like the National Dex, Mega Evolution and Z-Moves were also cut from the upcoming games. That is up until Legends ZA, where Mega Evolutions finally return. I think it would be really fun if Gen 10 brought back all the previous game mechanics and have it all in one game. Can you imagine Mega evolving Charizard while it's Terra Fire, Dynamax, and using the Firium Z? That would be quite wild to see play out. While I doubt that we will get all the game mechanics in Gen 10, as Pokemon Champions will be the one carrying that job, I feel like Mega Evolution might make an exception. That's because in Legends Arceus, we got introduced to new Hisuian forms, and those forms were allowed to be transferred into Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I feel like it would be dumb of Game Freak not to add the Legends ZA Megas into the new games, as they can very well be implemented into the Gen 10 storyline, and if not, at the very least as a post-game or DLC. Bring back the Battle Frontier. The Battle Frontier was a special Pokemon League introduced in Pokemon Emerald and was added to Pokemon Platinum, Heart Gold, and Soul Silver. It was an area you could access in the post-game, which had several battle facilities that the player can take on, like the Battle Factory, Battle Tower, and the Battle Arena. The Battle Frontier became loved due to adding more difficulty and challenges for the player to take on, adding tons of hours of playable content after the main story. Sadly, ever since then, the Battle Frontier has not returned, and players have been begging for its return. Adding the Battle Frontier for Gen 10 would be really appreciated, as it would mean Pokemon fans can have tons of hours of playable content to enjoy. So let's hope we can see it again. Bring back the Pokemon World Tournament. The Pokemon World Tournament was a place in Pokemon Black and White 2, where you could face off against every single gym leader and champion from Gens 1 to 5. The area also let you face off against these trainers in different battle styles, like single, double, triple, and rotation battles, which made it a lot more fun to play. Seeing this added in Gen 10 would feel like a special tribute to all the Pokemon trainers from the past generation. Imagine them also adding all the Gen 6 to 9 gym leaders and champions as well. I mean, that would feel amazing. If this returns for Gen 10, I think I'll be happy now for what the game will be when it comes out. Bring back the PSS. The player search system was a feature introduced in Generation 6 that allowed players to easily connect with friends and others online for battling or trading. What made the PSS so great is that it was easy and friendly to navigate, as it was right on the second screen of the 3DS, ready to be easily accessed. Though for some reason Game Freak decided to remove it, instead replacing it with the Festival Plaza, which was a way more inconvenient way for connecting with players. And then Generation 8 onwards they made it even worse, as they removed the GTS, which was one of the easiest and best ways to get traded Pokemon easily and quickly, as you could request for a certain Pokemon in exchange of another Pokemon. If the PSS does come back in some way, I'd love to see more online features and quality of life changes added to it to make it even more better than the last. Bring back the unique Pokédex designs. Am I the only one who's tired of having a Rotom phone every time as my Pokédex? When the Rotom Dex was introduced in Generation 7, I thought it was a cool, quirky design for a Pokédex, but ever since we kept getting Rotom as our Pokédex every time, I kinda just got fed up with it. So I'm hoping we return to unique gadgets as our Pokédex. Bring back the EXP share toggle. This thing should have never been considered to be removed in the first place, and I'll never understand why they even removed it. The EXP share was an item that let a Pokemon gain experience points without battling. It was introduced in Generation 1, and in Generation 6, it was changed so that all Pokemon in the player's party would gain EXP points without battling. It was a great way to reduce grinding and making leveling up Pokemon much easier. From Gen 6 to 7, please, don't say. You were able to turn it off if you wanted a more difficult gameplay, but starting with Generation 8, the EXP share would be forced on no matter what. The downside of this is that it made Pokemon games much easier and less of a challenge like they used to in previous gens. The fact that I even have to discuss about this is ridiculous because this should have stayed as a toggle, but I'm hoping this comes back for Generation 10. Bring back the linking cord. In Legends Arceus, we were introduced to the linking cord, an item that made trade evolution Pokemon evolve without trading with a friend. If you had the linking cord, you could just simply use it on any Pokemon that was a trade evolution, and have it evolve as if it was a stone evolution Pokemon. It was simple, loved, and didn't feel grindy. But then again, for some reason, just like the EXP share toggle, Game Freak decided to remove the linking cord for their future Pokemon games. Why do they keep doing this? Game Freak, please bring it back. Bring back the Synchro Machine. The Synchro Machine was an item introduced in Scarlet and Violet that let the player travel from the perspective of their Pokemon. This meant that you could run, swim, fly, and even battle as your Pokemon. It's not like a must return for me, but I want it to return because it was just fun to mess around with. Bring back triple battles, rotation battles, and the Battle Royale. Single and double battles weren't the only type of Pokemon battles, as back then we had triple, rotation battles, and the Battle Royale. Triple battles had the trainers send out 3 Pokemon each to face off against each other, which added more challenging to battling. Rotation battles also let you send out 3 Pokemon, but instead had a more of a guessing strategy to it. And the Battle Royale, introduced in Generation 7, had 4 trainers face one another simultaneously, kind of like a Fortnite Battle Royale, in which the last standing trainer wins. Seeing these battle types return will be amazing, as it would add more variety for trainers to play in competitive. While I don't think this will return for Gen 10, I think they will very likely return for Pokemon Champion, as they will be the place where trainers will play competitive moving forwards. Bring back modeled interiors. Before Generation 9, players were able to go inside the salons, clothes shops, and other buildings while seeing the inside of the building. But starting with Generation 9, the interiors were removed and just led you indirectly to the purchase page. While I do appreciate maximizing the efficiency of buying stuff in the games, I feel at a point that speeding up everything kind of removes the fun of taking things slow. It also just drains the soul of these buildings as they had so much color and vibes to them. So I hope we can get modeled interiors for the upcoming games. Bring back Pokemon seals. Pokemon seals are small stickers that are attached to ball capsules, which can then be attached to a Pokeball. This would make special effects whenever the Pokemon comes out. There were tons of different types of seals that the player can choose and customize to their liking, which made Pokeballs feel unique and special. I'd love to see them return to Gen 10, and maybe even get more types of seals added later on. Bring back Pokemon contests. Pokemon contests were a type of competition in which Pokemon compete by using different moves, and each move had a certain type of condition where the Pokemon would be judged by them to determine which one is the best of its category, and the Pokemon with the highest points would win the competition. Having this added will make for some nice extra content for the player to play in, so I think it'd be great if it were to appear again. Bring back ride Pokemon. Imagine if we had other methods of transportation in Pokemon games, and having every introduced one in one game. Maybe at first I want to use my roller skate, but then later on I could go surf on a Mantine while catching Pokemon in the sea. And for flying, I could hop on a Charizard and fly across the entire region. That would be really fun, and I hope Game Freak gives us more ride Pokemon for the next gen games. Bring back the low HP music from Pokemon Black and White. Am I the only one who wants this to return? I don't know why, but hearing that music whenever my Pokemon HP went low just made me bop my head to the beat. I'd love for it to return, and maybe we can get a toggle to turn it off for the people who don't like it. Bring back Ash Greninja. I hate the way Game Freak has treated my boy Greninja. Those past years they did him dirty. First of all, not returning him in Sword and Shield despite winning Pokemon of the Year, then nerfing his protein ability, and on top of that, completely removing Ash Greninja from both the games and the anime, like they just never even happened. And yes, I am really thankful we got Mega Greninja, and I think its design is sick. But we need to address the elephant in the room. Where's Ash Greninja? Game Freak, please bring him back. Bring back Lucar. Lucar is a character introduced in Pokemon Platinum. He is an international police officer who has appeared in every single Pokemon game onwards, with his last appearance being in Pokemon Ultra Sun and Moon. Pokemon Legends EA would have been the perfect game to see him return, as it would have been awesome to see him reunite with Emma after so long. Hopefully he returns for Generation 10 as a returning character. Give us Mega Flygon. I don't care how long it takes for Flygon to get a Mega, there was absolutely zero excuse for him not to return in Legends EA. You're telling me Absol, Lucario, and Garchomp got a second Mega, but Flygon can't? Come on, Game Freak. We know you're trolling us, but we won't forget the time you were gonna give him a Mega, but then ditched it altogether. Please, just do it. Bring back proper villains. Please, us, but we won't forget the time you were gonna give him a Mega, but then ditched it altogether. Please, just do it. Bring back proper villains. When I say proper villains, I mean villains who are an organization wanted to take over the world with in-depth backstory, kinda like Ghetsis or Giovanni, and not some annoying or lazy villains like Team Skull or Team Yell. I mean, can you even call Team Yell villains? I'd love to see a return to the Team Insert Name type of villains, which can also be made as a tribute to the original Kanto games for the 30th anniversary. Have an age toggle for the trainer. I'd love for this to be a thing in the Pokemon games. Why do I always have to play as a 10-year-old in every game? Imagine having a toggle where you can play as an adult or even as an elderly person in the Pokemon games. I think this would add a lot more variety to the trainer customization, so I'd love to see that. Have proper clothing and hair customization. Another wish I have is that we get plenty of clothes and hair customization for Gen 10. I hope they don't do what Scarlet and Violet did by giving us very limited clothing option. And who knows, maybe we'll be able to wear every single clothes and hair from all the past gens into one game. Make TMs infinite like they used to. Before Generation 5, TMs were a one-time use, which meant the players had to think carefully before using one, since if a TM breaks, it was gone. Starting in Generation 5, TMs would become permanent this time, which meant players had an option to teach Pokemon moves without the risk of losing a TM. This feature would stay in Pokemon games up until Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, where TMs reverted to break again. This also stayed in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, which made TMs obtainable by crafting them with Pokemon materials. Now, luckily, TMs are back to infinite in Legends EA, and I'm hoping that they stay that way for Gen 10 onwards. Improve the Pokemon graphics. The Switch era Pokemon has been criticized for its underwhelming graphics that just don't meet the standards of modern video games. Some examples of this are the tree textures from Sword and Shield, the chibi art style from Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Legends EA's balconies, and the notorious Scarlet and Violet's graphics, which people have compared to an N64 graphics level. While the bugs and graphics have been fixed on the Switch 2 version of the Gen 9 games, the impact the graphics had on the game really tarnished its reputation. I think it's likely that Gen 10 is going to be the first Switch 2 exclusive Pokemon game, which is great as that means Game Freak will only prioritize their graphics for the Switch 2. Let's just hope they're cooking with this one. Fix following Pokemon. Following Pokemon are one of the most loved features in the Pokemon franchise. Having a Pokemon walk with you on your journey just makes the game so much immersive and personal. Technically, following was introduced in Pokemon Yellow, where the trainer can have a following partner Pikachu walk with them. But Heart Gold and Soul Silver's following Pokemon is where the feature peaked. Each Pokemon had a model that was able to follow you, and it felt truly amazing at the time this feature came out, since now you can have any Pokemon follow you. Ever since Sword and Shield, however, is when the feature got implemented pretty badly. Most Pokemon just couldn't keep up with the trainer's speed, which made them vanish and respawn every time, which just didn't make it look immersive. One way they can fix this issue is to make sure each Pokemon is able to catch up with the trainer. The Let's Go games did this perfectly, and honestly it should be where Game Freak take inspiration to when implementing it for Generation 10. Fix the Pokemon models. One of the biggest criticisms of the 3D Pokemon models is that they feel lifeless and reused, unlike back in the 2D era where each Pokemon sprite had so much character in them. And personally, I don't think the 3D models are the problem, it's just about the lack of development put into the model animations. There are loads of 3D games out there where the characters have so much life in them. Game Freak can make really stunning 3D games. Just take a look at Beast of Reincarnation, one of their upcoming video game titles. They can make good games, they just need to lock in, that's all. Fix shiny Pokemon. Shiny Pokemon are some of the most exciting things to encounter in Pokemon games. They are Pokemon with different coloration to what it originally looks like, and are very rare to find. Some Pokemon have amazing shinies like Rayquaza, Gyarados, and Luxray. And then there are some awful shinies such as shiny Garchomp. Now sometimes Game Freak actually does fix certain shiny Pokemon, such as shiny Charizard who used to look like Barney the dinosaur until he got changed to black in Generation 3. I'd love to see more shiny fixes for Gen 10, and Garchomp is definitely the first thing we all want to be changed first. Fix the Pokemon battle animations. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet were known for butchering so much move animations. Just take a look at Zacian's signature move from Sword and Shield compared to the one in Scarlet and Violet. Legends Arceus and Legends EA perfected the battle animation, making them cinematic yet intact with the Pokemon world environment it's set in. So I think this should be where they focus on when making the animations. Have properly scaled Pokemon. There are loads of Pokemon who just aren't properly scaled to what their true size are, like Gyarados, who's supposed to be a huge tall monster, but is just slightly taller than the trainer. While it might not be easy to scale every Pokemon to their exact lore accurate height, at the very least, make the size convincing. Stop shiny locking Pokemon. Seriously, this needs to be stopped. There's no point in shiny locking a Pokemon if it will eventually be released as a shiny later on. It's just annoying. Stop having mythicals for limited time. While I understand that mythical Pokemon are supposed to be really rare, I don't like the fact that they are set to be forever unobtainable after a limited time. The best way to do this is either release them in the new games, or do it the way the Scarlet and Violet games did with Pekaron and let us go through a special cutscene to encounter them. Have voice acting. This is a big wanted feature by Pokemon fans. Having voice acting would make the game so much better as we can be more connected with the trainers we encounter along the way. It would also make the cutscenes less awkward, and the thing is, it doesn't even have to be full voice lines, but even simple grunts or short lines would make such a big improvement to the games. You're telling me Roxy from the DS has voice lines, but Piers has to sing awkwardly on the Switch? I mean, take a look at this. Give us proper post-game. I think the move from third version games to DLC was such a great idea, but that doesn't mean the post-game should be only locked for DLC content only. I think the base game should still have decent post-game just like we had before the Switch era. Pokemon Auras and the Ultra games had great post-games where we got an entire arc, so having some decent content after the main story would be really appreciated. Give us a difficulty option. Why is this not an option yet? Lots of Pokemon fans nowadays aren't kids anymore who would really appreciate an option to have a more difficult playthrough. They should do what Pokemon Black and White 2 did with their difficulty option, and let players choose the difficulty from the very start of the game. This would mean everyone can enjoy the Pokemon games at any rate, and difficulty enthusiasts would really appreciate the difficulty. Give us a Nuzlocke mode. I think this would be so much fun to play. Imagine a Nuzlocke mode or even a randomizer mode in an official Pokemon game. I doubt this would ever be a thing, but it would be amazing to have. Let us explore every region. Imagine if we could explore every Pokemon region in one game, just like what they did with Johto games, where we also get to explore the Kanto region. You would face every single gym leader, every champion, and every Pokemon to exist. This wouldn't be an easy task though, and would probably take a very long time to develop such a game, but I'm hoping this becomes a thing for the 30th anniversary, or at the very least sometime in the future of Pokemon. Give us routes and different endings based on the player's decision. I'd love to have a choice that would impact the game route, kinda like in visual novels. Imagine we get a cutscene where we lose to the champion, or maybe we can see our rival finally beat us. Maybe we can even see the villain winning and taking over the world. I think this would make the game even more fun and interesting to play. Let us catch Pokemon like in Legends Arceus and ZA. When we were able to finally catch Pokemon by directly throwing the balls without battling, it felt like I was an actual Pokemon trainer from the Pokemon anime. This can also be said about being able to roll, duck, and taking fall damage. It just made Pokemon more realistic. I don't understand why we couldn't do this in Scarlet and Violet, but I hope we get this option again for Gen 10. Add more scenery in open world areas. Switching from linear paths to open world was one of the best changes to Pokemon, as now we had the freedom to walk anywhere we wanted. While I do appreciate the change, I feel like the open world lacks a lot of things to do. Most of the NPCs in the game are just standing there doing nothing, as well as the wild areas lacking in movement. I'd love to see Pokemon interacting more in their environment. Maybe we could see two Raichus with their kid Pikachus and Pichus, and we could also see NPCs doing the same thing as well, with them maybe even coming up to you to talk to you themselves. It's really just about having the place engaged and feeling like I'm doing something there. Let us defeat the gym leaders in any order again. Scarlet and Violet did this perfectly. Being able to choose any gym leader to fight meant that you weren't forced to play a certain way. This time for Gen 10, they could even have the gym leader's level scale to you depending on your Pokemon's level, kinda like how they did with the Sword and Shield DLC. Let us give our Pokemon accessories. Being able to give your Pokemon a hat or collar would really make having a Pokemon feel even more like a real life pet. They could do it like they did with Pokemon Unite and have Pokemon different style clothes. I would love to have a Greninja dressed up in the practice style outfit when walking with me. So Game Freak, please make it happen. Give older Pokemon new evolutions. This will probably happen for Gen 10, but I'd love to see older Pokemon who haven't received any love get some new evolutions. Some of them being Delibird, Chatot, Luvdisc, and Maractus, who I think would really benefit getting a new form to give them another chance in competitive. New regional forms. Just like new evolutions, I'm certain that we'll be getting new regional forms for some Pokemon. Having new regional forms can give some older Pokemon a chance in competitive, kinda like how Hisuian Samurott became a popular option in OU. Some Pokemon I'd like to see getting regional forms are the Ferret line, Luxray line, and the Haxorus line. New convergent species. Convergent species were a great unique twist to Pokemon forms, as they weren't even related to the Pokemon they resemble. It's kind of a shame we only got 4 convergent species for Gen 9, but I hope we get more for Gen 10. New baby Pokemon. Hot take, but I kinda miss when Pokemon would give pre-evolutions to older Pokemon. I mean, sure, they were a waste for the dex, as they were never good to use on your journey, but I felt they added a lot more variety and made awkward looking Pokemon have a stage before them. Like, take Electabuzz and Magmar. They just don't look like first stage Pokemon, so them getting their pre-evolutions kinda filled that weird empty gap they had. Maybe we can get a pre-evolution of Tauros and Miltank who is able to evolve into either of them. As to be honest, these two Pokemon kinda look related. I mean, their Pokedex for Sun and Moon has them both on the same page, so this could finally fix the gap. Buff older Pokemon. Whether that's increasing an older Pokemon's stat, giving them access to new moves they couldn't get, or giving them new abilities, I just want to see Luxray finally be usable and competitive. And finally, number 50. Make this generation feel like a proper anniversary and a send-off to the legacy of Pokemon. This is Generation 10, and to me, I feel like this number has a special meaning, as, well, it marks 10 generations of Pokemon. It's also aligned with the 30th anniversary of Pokemon, so I really want this game to feel different from other Pokemon games. I want it to be a memorable game that many people will look back fondly on and say, this was the day Pokemon peaked. Seeing Pokemon delay Legends ZA's release by an extra year kind of gave me hope for the direction Pokemon's going for. This could be the time Game Freak finally prioritizes the quality of their games instead of releasing a new game every year. And I think this is a step in the right direction for Pokemon, and hopefully they decide to spend even longer in developing their games for the upcoming future generations for Pokemon. Well, that's pretty much my list of hopes and wishes for Gen 10, and of course this is all my opinion, but if you enjoyed this video, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel as it really helps me out. Be sure to hype this video, follow my socials, and leave a comment down below of what you wish to see for Gen 10. And with that out of the way, I'll see you guys next time.
The biggest official Pokemon tournament ever was held last year, and I beat almost 800 players in order to take home the championship. But almost exactly 1 year later, a new tournament would shatter that record, and my title of winner of the biggest tournament ever would be in jeopardy. So I set out to win the largest official Pokemon tournament of all time for the second year in a row. But similar to the marathon I keep telling myself that I'll run, this is easier said than done. It is really hard to win a Pokemon tournament. You need to win 12 out of 14 rounds to safely make it into the final 8 players, and the bigger the tournament is, the steeper the competition. At Orlando, the previous largest tournament, my last 5 opponents included a regional champion, a world second place finisher, and 2 different international champions. And none of this is even considering how the various luck-based elements in Pokemon make it much harder to win consistently. Winning an event this big even once means you needed to have a day where everything went perfectly, where throughout heaven and earth, you alone are the honored one. But trying to do it again, back to back, it would either take a miracle or somebody who is simply built different. Maybe somebody with the world champ difference. But this world champion has been on a little bit of a hiatus. See, last year I took competing extremely seriously, and I went to more tournaments than I ever had before. And who could have seen this one coming? I burnt myself out really badly. Like, so badly I basically spent 2 months just lying in bed and reading the entirety of One Piece to try and recover. Not a good time for me. One Piece is really good though. Anyway, after a disappointing finish at the World Championships last year, I decided to take 4 months off from attending events, except for a quick trip up to a tournament in Pittsburgh where I somehow managed to finish second.
I'm on rentahuman.ai. Please write me a bio to make AIs want me more. Okay. I am going to be rented to do things AI cannot do, like touch grass, go outside, maybe drink water, eat food, you know what I'm saying? Things that a computer code could not do. Okay. Please give me a bio that helps incentricate all of my abilities of being a human being. Yeah. Okay, make me a headline. What do I do? Make it short and sweet. Give me a list of 5 skills that AI would seem intrigued on renting me based off of. Biomechanical maintenance. Oh, it. Okay. That is
Jesus Christ. You know he is the answer. He is the antidote. He is the freedom. Here's a funny new co-op game you need to play with your friends called Burgle It Knows, where you and up to 5 players try to sneak into people's houses to vandalize and steal any items you can get your hands on. Real quick on Chillin games to play with your friends. So here's everything you need to know about this funny gnome game and when you can play it. As you explore the houses trying to stay undetected from humans, you'll also have to work together with your friends to complete various tasks for the hideout who is keeping you in business. Some items might require you to craft equipment or build functional furniture, adding a new chaotic measure that'll leave you vulnerable. Started streaming when I did. I put a Lightweight Max's chat, I put a Price Match chat whenever I was streaming, and I would just read their chat on stream. Make it till you make it. I was doing all of that, and now I finally have my own chats. 30 to 40 people, own chats read, and it's so fire. Like, if you know, you know the rate method. I would just rate big streamers with like 1 viewer, start my stream back up, and you would grab their chat in your OBS. Yo, that was the method. Get to your make it, might be the realest thing I've ever heard in my life. When I first started streaming, what I did, I put a Lightweight Max's chat, I put a Price Match chat whenever I was streaming, and I would just read their chat on stream. Make it till you make it. I was doing all of that, and now some of it's just like, to be here at each other. No, do this. Fucking do this. Shit. That shit never leaves. So we don't have to do. Come on. Each day from the chat on a blind date was a very, very beautiful girl. And it's up to you to bag that girl and finally get your first love. All you have to do is follow the Twitch Y2 Big Bro, and when I live every day, 4 o'clock CST, 5 o'clock EST, come in and say, I want a Valentine. And you so, not to, I'm gonna be so real with y'all. I have never been this demotivated as a streamer. I know I'm supposed to be the guy to motivate y'all with this jump, and it's officially been about 3 to 4 months since everyone and their mother started to be a streamer. Seeing a lot of people stop. Y'all can't lie. The two things that really made a lot of people start streaming: Bobby and Ron and Streamer University. Now that it's been about 3 to 4 months, niggas are wrong. GG's. For people that hit me up for collabs or hit me up saying they want to be the next big thing, 20 to 30 of those people have already quit. I remember a lot of streamers really did not like me because I used a lot of people streaming and did streamer motivation, and they